Good afternoon, everyone. We are returning to the afternoon session of the Committee of Adjustment, Scarborough. My name is David Stintz, and I'll be chairing today's committee hearing. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning that apply to property matters, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, consent to sever property to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat, in addition to many more diverse nations, including Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas, the Credit, and Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment hearings are conducted by hybrid, in-person, and remote online formats. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate online using the WebEx platform. Meetings online are streamed at the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel. Those who want to participate online and have registered in advance will be connected to their electronic device, and you will have the option of participating by video or audio. You will be automatically muted upon online entry to WebEx, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the staff moderator. Please note you must mute your device until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily labeled as panelists. When their item is called during this time, your camera will be enabled and you will be visible during your 5 minutes of speaking. At all other times, your video will be disabled as a designated attendee. For in-person and online participants, the Committee of Adjustment will share presentations submitted within the written submission deadline. Those participating by WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or other panelist controls and will be removed if doing so. Receiving a copy of a decision of the committee. Those in person who want to receive a copy of the decision by committee must fill out a decision request card, and those participating online must submit a written request for decisions by email. Please include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notification and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions, and only the applicant, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, or specified persons in public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in order listed on the agenda, except for consent deferral requests as determined by city staff. Making your submissions. When an application is uncontested, the agent applicant may proceed with their presentation. When the committee does not require a presentation, the agent applicant can advise me, the chair, if they want to speak. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for their decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. Any presentation or materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing, as members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When speaking to committee, identify yourself as 1, the applicant agent, 2, your legal name, and 3, your address, and make remarks only applicable to the application details. The applicant agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to committee. The committee may decide to defer an application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Speakers in support or opposed to applications will be invited by the committee to speak. Committee members may ask questions of the speakers after their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent can rebut only issues raised by speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision, where only committee members may speak. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff regarding agenda items today? And I'm getting negative from all concerned. Are there any files to be closed?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you, sir. And the Deputy Treasurer, have you received any requests for further deferrals today?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you, sir. All right. We are moving now to the afternoon session. That's item 18, 496 Rouge Hill Drive. One second. It is. Requested an application to obtain consent to sever the existing lot into two new residential lots, cross-reference minor variance applications being considered jointly. So there is a part 1 and part 2. I also noticed from the paperwork there's conditions of approval from urban forestry and engineering review. But I have no correspondence, no objections, and I'm not seeing any speakers listed. So if that is the case, can we speak to the applicant or agent online, please?
Committee members, my name is Nicole Parr. I'm at 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3H4W2, and I am the agent on this application today.
Thank you very much. You're very clear. Just make sure you keep your voice up if we're going to be speaking to you, please.
sir.
Thank you very much. Before you do anything, just give me a second. Let me look to my right, look to my left, and see if committee has any questions or needs a presentation for this application. I'm not getting anyone needs a presentation. With that being said, that means your package and materials supplied were thorough enough that when we got here today, we've reviewed them and we're satisfied with everything contained therein. Would you let us go into committee right now and make a decision on this?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'm here.
Good to know. Thank you. Hold tight. Okay, who would like to move forward on it? Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, I'm just curious, and I'll appreciate to have the answer. In the review, they were saying, engineering review, that no consent agreement was required. Why was that?
If we could have the agent in. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Treasurer.
Through the chair, just a point of, like, when engineering says that there's no consent agreement required, that means that they're not recommending any conditions of approval.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we've got that question answered. Anybody? No. With respect to this application, I do have one question for the agent. You understand there's conditions of approval from urban forestry, of course, an engineering review. Have you undertaken with your applicant that these will be followed?
For you, Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. We plan to follow all the conditions of approval, including engineering, urban forestry, and staff have no objections, but we will follow through with the consent procedure as required.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to look to one of the members. Mr. Howe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would like to move approval of this application. Regarding the consent to sever, on review, the severance does appear to be sufficiently sized to be able to accommodate residential developments consistent with the existing neighborhood. Appears from engineering review that there are existing municipal services and infrastructure that can accommodate this severance. So holistically, I believe this application on the severance issue can meet the requirements set out in Section 54, subsection 24 of the Planning Act. Regarding the variances, although there are 6, they appear minor and meets the context of the neighborhood and fits the 4th test of the Planning Act. Therefore, I move approval of this application subject to engineering conditions and urban forestry condition number 3. And urban forestry condition 2 for the variances, urban forestry condition 3 for the consent.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Very good, very thorough. So we have a motion by Mr. Howe to approve this application with conditions from urban forestry and, of course, engineering review. I look to Ms. McCauley.
I will second that motion.
And Ms. McCauley is seconded. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. The application is approved. Thank you. Okay, new business, item 19. This is 22 Hart Avenue, Toronto. To obtain consent to sever the property into two residential lots, the existing one-story detached dwelling and detached garage will be demolished. Cross-reference minor variance applications. This application was previously deferred at the Committee of Adjustment on February 12th, 2025, Part 1 and Part 2. I will note with this that there's conditions from Urban Forestry Engineering Review, yes, and also there's written correspondence, 2 letters of objection, 2 form letters, or 12 form letters of support, and petition letters of objection, 11 signatures. And I understand there's a speaker here today for that. There you are. Hi. Okay. Do we have the agent applicant online?
To the chair, Nishrat, you have been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon,
Good,
committee.
good afternoon. Can we have your first and last name and your address and your status, please?
My name is Nusrat Jahan, address 3400 Danforth Avenue, Suite 5, M1L1E1.
And should I presume that you're the agent?
Yes, I'm the applicant, yes.
You're the applicant
Yes, agent of the owner as well, yes.
and agent of the owner. Okay. So let me look to the committee. Does anybody need a full presentation? So based on the materials you've already given us, we'll take a bit of a presentation. Just 1 second. Are you here in opposition or for? Okay. Yeah, we're going to ask you for a brief presentation. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes. You don't have to use all that time. Please proceed.
Thank you. Staff, will we be able to move to page 2, please? Thank you. So we had a deferral on 22 Hart Avenue on February 12th. After that time, we had 7 variances. And then afterwards, on March, we reapplied for zoning review with the revised plan and complying with most of the variances. On April, we requested zoning examiner to review the dwelling as duplex and to apply the Ontario regulation 462/24 to our application. So all these efforts finally led to 3 variances, as you can see on the screen. So the variances that we have before us are lot area, then required lot frontage, and because we are requesting for this lot to be severed into 2 lots, so this is also a variance. So we have come down from 7 variances to 3 variances. We tried our best. Staff, will you be able to move to next slide? Thank you. So this is an example of nearby property. This is in the same community, which is the Kennedy Park community. The reason I'm presenting because we are not the first party to ask for a severance in this community. There has been a lot of cases, so we are not the first one to ask for a severance. And in here you can see that the lot frontage and the area was way below the approved or required the required values. In the next slide, you can see there is another example. This is 39 Brenda Press. Same case, it was requested for severance, and the lot area and the frontage both were below the required similar to us. And these two examples are in the same community that our property is, 22 Hart, and both of them were approved. So based on that, we are requesting to the committee for the approval of the severance and the variances. In the next slide, you can see that ECS has commented and they have no conditions on our plan. They do have some advisory comments which come naturally with the severance. We submitted 12 supportive letters. We also received another one after that. So altogether, there are 13 supportive neighbors who has no objection to our proposal. The immediate neighbor, 20 Hart Avenue, also verbally approved our proposal. These were submitted to the committee for review. So I do have some comments on neighbors' objection letters. So those are like, they had inquiry about the demolition permit. So when the house was on fire around in the year 2022, and there was a requirement from City of Toronto, we have an email from them requesting to demolish the house immediately. They advised us that we need to do it immediately. That the email came on July 2023, and demolition permit can be taken later. That was their advice. So we have those communication emails with us. So as per city instructions, we demolished the dwelling, and after that we applied for demolition permit, which is in process. We also saw that neighbors have objections on our tree removal. Owner had removed some of the burned and damaged trees during the demolition of the burned house. And I also know that there are urban forestry requirements on our proposal. We will apply for tree permit after the committee hearing. And will abide by the proposal that urban forestry had. So regarding parking and rooming concern from neighbors, our duplex proposal has 2 parking to be required as per bylaw. We are just proposing that much. We are not proposing more than 2 parking lots. And owner confirmed that he will not apply for a rooming or a multi-tenanted house. And there's no transportation objection as
Okay,
well.
okay,
Also no-
thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we're a little bit over the 5 minutes, so I was trying to be generous there. But at this point, I think we'll just take what you've said, and that was good. Let me ask the committee, does anybody have a question for this agent? Okay, sit tight. We're going to hear now from some of the community members. Ma'am, do you want to come on down? Thank you. And just to check in, do we have anybody online also as a speaker, just in case I missed that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, just make your way down to the podium there. Hopefully the microphone's on. If it's not, I'll tell you how to turn. It is? Okay. Take a moment, get set up. How are you today? You good? Okay, I'm going to give you some instructions, so just take a breath.
Yep.
First and last name and your address.
Okay. My name is Catherine Guntanos, and I reside at 22 Hart. I reside at 24 Hart Avenue, next to the proposed build.
Okay, so here's how it works. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. You don't have to use it all, but the point that you're here for is to make a point. So try to be as concise and on point as you can be, okay? Just take your time.
Will do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I helped create the petition for the objection for the concerned immediate neighbors at 22 Hart, which we got 11 signatures. I was able to obtain another 3 signatures. I wanted to get the other ones, I wanted to get the ones sent in beforehand. I did obtain a signature for number 20 and 21 and 53 Hart afterwards, which I have the hard copy here. I don't know how they got the okay from number 20 Hart, which we've already spoken, and they've said that they've turned them down. that they were not providing support. The letters of support that they received are not even relevant because the majority of them are at the end. They went to places down at the end of the street, 100, 97, 102, I believe, 104. The street ends at 109 or 107. They have ones on the backside of Cleta, nowhere near, and they haven't been impacted by this property. Hart Avenue consists of 16 1.5-story homes, 5 back splits, 11 two-story homes, and 60 bungalows. And if the proposed lot severance and lot frontage and lot area variances are approved, this will result in 22A and 22B having the lowest lot sizes and frontages on the street, which does not meet the character. I know that they're asking to get these approved based on precedents of 51 and 39 Brenda that are not too far away. Had I known I was away in Nova Scotia at that time, or else I would have fought that one as well. I'm not too far from that property. I'm probably within 200 meters and never received any letter. And I fully understand that precedence maybe does not come into your decision-making process, but I wanted to note that prior Committee of Adjustment approvals of new developments are definitely changing the look of our area and the congestion that it's creating. In here, and the big part of this is that the applicant who's owned this property since February 7th, 2022, based off the application, he's indicated that he's owned this property since April 1st, 2022. I believe he's distancing himself from the fire because he was supposed to take possession on January 30th, 2022, and the house was subject to arson 6 days prior. That's why it was pushed ahead a month. We had issues with the demolition. There was no abatement done. The house was cladded in asbestos siding. I'm having an inquiry with Toronto Public Health to find out if there's going to be any type of soil contamination. We've had that disturbed asbestos go into our backyard. I have a pool. I have my niece and nephew over all the time, and we have family and friends that are over all the time. So we're concerned about that. We collectively do not oppose to any, new development happening in the neighborhood. We understand a house has to be built, but we would like to have the whole development, to have all these variances, because they are not minor, and they will have a detrimental impact on the enjoyment of our properties. And we would not have opposed if the original home was maintained and if they added a single-level garden suite. And that would have alleviated privacy concerns, water drainage issues, congestion on the street. Majority of our homes on Hart Avenue let's say about 90%, 95% of the homes have parking in their driveways for about 4 cars, some even more. And again, we were concerned about the end use of the properties of being rooming houses because we've already had issues with other properties in our neighborhood. 51 Brenda actually was being one of them and has been vacant for a number of years now and in a derelict property that's been left. As opposed to them wanting to demolish the home, when the house was damaged by fire, they did not demolish it immediately. Again, they acquired the property February 7, 2022. And the house was not demolished till July 31st, 2023. They were providing the CEO, I believe the CEO of BENDALE, who is which the agent works for, was providing engineering documents to indicate that the house was still in standing order. And they waited until the city condemned it to have it demolished. So they waited. This was not something that they took down right away or concerned about taking down right away. The trees were removed before the survey was even done in August of 2023, and we assumed that they had a permit for it. And again, if these trees weren't removed, it probably would have made it much more difficult because a lot of them would be considered protected. And I provided a lot of photos of what the house looked like before and after the fire, and when they were taken down to the forestry department, so they can do an investigation. But I guess because of the time period, they can't do anything about it now. You know what, they could do, again, as I mentioned, or if they wanted to add a single level garden suite and maintain the 1.5-story home that was there. Other 1.5-story homes at 17 Hart, 45 Hart, and 19 Cleta Drive all had rear additions added in past years, which maintained the character of the neighborhood. And I think, you know, going the route, which would make, I think, a lot of the neighbors happy, it's adding a garden suite, a lower level garden suite that wouldn't impede on privacy.
At this point, we're just done with the time. Do you think you had everything you wanted to get out?
No, I just wanted to add that, again, the applicant never in 3.5 years has never once come and knocked on our door. He came July 2nd with Muhammad Ali Hussein from BENDALE looking for support. I thought he was just I didn't realize the applicant was the owner. He would come and cut the grass, but never came once to knock on our door and discuss anything. Completely avoided us.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Hold on a second. We'll see if anyone here at committee has a question for you. One of the things you talked about was asbestos. Why do you think there's an asbestos? Did I hear asbestos?
Yes, the house is cladded in asbestos, with asbestos siding all the way around. We have several homes in the neighborhood.
And
This
how
was
do
a-
you know this?
How do I know this?
At that house, how do you know it had asbestos?
Because initially before it even went up for sale, the previous owner had passed away, and we had inquired with the executor, this is prior to them even owning the home, if they would be selling it, were willing to sell it privately. And at that time, the real estate agent had mentioned that it is asbestos style, and it would probably be, you would need remediation done.
Oh, and that's good. Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you. Does anybody? Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Just a quick question. I don't know if you know the answer. The severance proposed on the lots, like you talked about, lots are larger, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if I look at the lots across the street, they are varying in sizes. So there are narrower lots. So how do you think the proposed is going to compare in some of the narrower lots that are existing on the street?
Well, the minimum lot I understand is like 39 feet. I'm sorry, I'm not with the metric. But majority of them are 40 across the street.
Okay, so you're saying there's nothing under 40 on the street?
I think there might be around number 70 and 72, because those were that was a 79 point something foot lot that was severed maybe about 24 years ago to build two homes.
Okay.
There's not been nobody's severed anything on that street since then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is an opportunity now for the agent to speak to what they've just heard. Are you back on the air, agent?
Hello, yes, committee.
You're there? Okay. Do you have something to say in regards to what you've heard? You have up to 5 minutes. You don't have to use all that time, but it is available.
I heard about rooming. As I said, the house owner has no intention for rooming or multi-tenanted housing application. So that solves that issue, I guess. And then we have, I think I heard asbestos, but we have no knowledge of that. Even the house owner I have not any knowledge about that. So when City of Toronto employee approached us for the demolition, we were not asked about any kind of assessment or any report. So I believe there was not any environmental situation. Regarding making it as a garden suite, that is not the plan. We have a 2-story duplex plan at your in front of you. Did I touch all the points that the neighbor make? I believe so, yeah.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Quick question. What was the cause of the fire?
We got involved after recently, basically in 2023. So before, we were not aware of the cause of the fire, basically, yeah. We are not
Okay.
aware of, we have no knowledge.
And just to be clear, is it accurate that the current owners had the property since 2022?
Current owner, I need to go through that. 1 second, please. Will you be, can the staff turn on the mic for the engineer, Mr. Ali Hussein? He will be able to shed a light on that.
You know what? We're not going to worry about that. It was just a question to my mind that I was curious in, but it's not entirely germane to what this discussion's about. I wanted to know. Okay, so we're gonna. I think at this point I'm gonna look to the committee. Does anyone have any questions for the agent? Oh, go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. To the agent, you're proposing lots that have a frontage of 8.9 meters. And the lady from the community said there's nothing else in that area. What is the frontage of the lots on Cleta, specifically 29, 31, and 33? Do you
Hello,
know
I couldn't
the
hear
frontage of those lots?
the frontage.
The
Yeah, there was
lots
a,
on Cleta immediately behind the property that you're
sorry,
representing.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry, there was a cut off line.
What is the frontage of the lots?
Frontage at this point is 8.95.
Which is 8955. That's the frontage that you're asking for. I'm looking for other lots in the area with the same frontage. And so the question I had is, what is the frontage of lot 33 or 31 or 29?
So, ma'am, I do not have those data, but as I have shown you two examples, so those two properties are within 150 meters of the property, 51 Brenda and 39 Brenda. Those have lot frontages of 8.38 and 8.91.
Okay, so you don't know the lot frontages behind you, nor do you know the lot frontage across the street. Is that correct?
These are, yeah, across the street. Not on the Hart Avenue. It's the close, as I said, within 110 and 150 meter of the 22 Hart Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Anyone else? Okay, so at this point, the process before us recommends and refers us to go into committee, so we're going to do that now. And as a committee, we're in committee, so no further questions or comments. Does anyone want to lead us off on this with respect to the application? So this is an
I'll
application.
start.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Essentially, these lots, the proposal is for two small lots from of 8.9 meters each. And what I'm looking at is there anything else, or is this going to set the precedent for what is going to be happening on Hart Avenue, so that these lots, number 28 looks to be same size as this one, the lot to the south is number 20, the same size as this one. Are we expecting to see a host of severances in the area? And so to know that there is a severance way off our map isn't very helpful. I'm looking for the immediate area. The applicant apparently did not do that research. So that's where I'm at. I'm looking for what is the rationale for dividing this lot into two, and what is the impact in the neighborhood?
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. I'm going to say something. I think by a very, very thin margin, I'm not in favor of this application because I'm not sure it fits into the character of this neighborhood. I can't say substantially that it's not a problem with respect to certain elements because the city departments have not had a concern, and I rely on them heavily in their expertise. But in principle and in consciousness, when I look at this and I see how things have come about, I'm not sure it fits this neighborhood, and it may somewhat fit with what you said, Ms. McCauley, about splitting the lot into such a smaller piece. But I'm sitting there right now on that point. Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would agree with some of the comments that have already been made. I asked the question about the lots across the size, so it appears that these are going to be the most undersized lots if the severance is approved. Also, I want to make mention that this was deferred, by the applicant to make revisions to the application, but also to address neighbors' concerns. And it sounds like there hasn't been any discussion with neighbors, which I always find unfortunate because more often than not, it avoids, all these kinds of issues when applications do come back. So I too am leaning at not supporting this application.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Ullman. Mr. Howe or Mr. Khan, do you have anything to add to this discussion? Okay, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application has been rationalized by my colleagues. I agree with them, their comments are valid. But at the same time, when I'm looking myself and I want to make my comments, I have a little different view because part 1 retained, part 2 conveyed, part 1 variances, part 2 variances, 7 in them, 7 in that. And I see the staff is okay and has approved, and ECS also has condition, forestry has condition. Letter of opposition, 11 signatures, and also some in favor. So I see that although lot frontage is small in comparison, but I can see also that it does have the similar aspect in the area. Therefore, I'm of the view that I will support this application for approval.
And that's very good, Mr. Khan. Thank you for articulating that clear position. I think then we go to the vote. So, Ms. McCauley, do you want to lead us off?
Yeah, I'll lead you off. It's unfortunate that the applicant didn't provide us with more information and that the applicant doesn't really know the immediate community, because that's what we're looking at, is the immediate community. This lot is, let's call it 9 meters. The zoning in the area is 12 meters. And not only is this going to be 2 smaller lots, but she's also proposing a duplex. So we're looking at a lot that's would have been 15 feet, coming 1 house to 4 houses. We're encouraging additional housing units, but we're not encouraging uses and patterns that are not in character with the surrounding area. So I have a problem. I don't know some of the sizes of the lots in the surrounding area. I really don't see anything smaller than this lot. Number 24 is also a small lot, but number 20, if we divide 22 into 2 and end up with 4 lots, number 20 for sure can be divided. So we're setting a pattern here, and I'm always cautious of setting a pattern in an area where there's too many unknowns. Reluctantly, I would recommend that this application be refused.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. So we have a motion by Ms. McCauley to refuse the application for the reasons she set out. Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
I'll second the motion. I agree with the comments that have been made. I would rather see one duplex on this lot. I think it would be a better fit than putting 2 duplexes in. So I'll support that. I'll second the motion.
And we have Ms. Ullman's second to refuse the application. So the vote is, all those in favor of refusing the application is 4. All those against is 1. The application is refused. Okay, new business, item 20, 73 Griffin Drive, Toronto. I understand we have conditions of approval from community planning. I have no correspondence, I have no objections, and I have no support. Is anyone in the audience here for 73 Griffin Drive? Anybody? Okay. Is there anyone online for this outside of the agent? No. Okay, so let's speak to the agent applicant, please.
Hello, my name is Joe Battaglia, and I'm the architect and representing the owner of the house.
Okay, sir, you are articulate, but please keep your voice up, and also can you state your address?
My address is 1050 McNichol Avenue in Scarborough, Unit 14.
Very good. So before we proceed, I'm just going to look to this committee for a minute, and I want to read something. This application is to alter the existing 1-story detached by constructing a partial side north 2-story addition, a full rear 2-story addition, a rear ground floor deck, a rear basement walkout. Also to construct a new attached garage to the side north of the existing dwelling. The existing sunroom, carport, deck, and shed will be demolished. There will be a total of 2 dwelling units on the lot. This application was previously deferred at the Committee of Adjustment hearing on April 9th, 2025. And to that end, there are, in my paperwork, 4 variances. Sir, just 1 second. Does anybody on committee have any questions or require a presentation from this gentleman? Okay. Sir, it appears the materials you've provided us have answered our questions. If we have any, we can come back to you, but do you require a presentation? Because we'd like to go into committee.
No, I'd like to proceed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll get right back to you. Who would like to? Okay. Sorry, I saw a light on. Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I feel that the variances before us meet the 4 tests, and what's proposed fits within the context of this neighborhood. I would move approval of this application if my colleagues don't have any comments, including the community planning condition, which basically is to build substantially in accordance with the site plan, and they've attached the drawings to the report.
That's correct. So Ms. Ullman's made a motion to approve this application with conditions from community planning. I look to somebody. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion.
And that motion's been seconded by Mr. Howe. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application is approved. Have a good day, sir. On to new business, and that is item 21, 44 ROLARK Drive, Units 1 and 6. I understand we have a recommendation. Actually, before I get to that, my apologies. I'll bring that up. This is an application to permit a day nursery use in Unit 1 and recreation use in Unit 6 in the existing one-story industrial building currently vacant. Note, this application was previously deferred at the Committee of Adjustment hearing on May 7th, 2025. I do remember this file. And there is a number of requested variances. I will also note in the committee's paperwork that there is community planning recommending we refuse the application, and that there is written correspondence, a petition, letters of support, 20 signatures, and letter from Member of Parliament in support of the application. There's also, I believe, traffic recommendations. I believe. It's just not noted on the paperwork. Okay, we'll get back to that. But there was a reference to that.
There is a report, which is more of an advisory report, is from Strategic Initiatives, Policy Initiatives.
Okay, so my apologies. It was advisory, not recommendations. Thank you for that, Ms. Oman. Do we have? There's no speakers here on this matter in public, no, and nobody online. So let's go to the agent applicant, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sirin Rahimi from Scarborough Architects from 930 the East Mall, Etobicoke, and I am the agent on this application.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. I'm just going to look to this committee right now. Does anybody have any questions for this agent or any need for a full presentation? We have Ms. Ullman who will have a question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't need a presentation, but I just wanted to ask the agent, have you read the report from the Strategic Initiatives Policy Department that's basically saying this type of use change in a heavy industrial area really shouldn't be going through Committee of Adjustment. It should go through a broader process, and that the policies are pretty clear on uses. Can you just speak to that?
Sorry, you were cutting off a lot. Can you?
Yeah, can you just, I don't know. So I assume you read the report from the initiative, the city's policy initiatives, where it speaks about, they don't really feel, well, first of all, this is an area that's zoned for heavy industrial, which this use doesn't fit into, and we're trying to protect those areas. But also they talk about that maybe this Committee of Adjustment really isn't the appropriate place for this to go through because it requires more vetting and studying.
I wanted to mention that the surrounding businesses, like on the north side, there is a pottery shop, which is a retail, and also on the south side of the property, it's a food equipment store, which are both low impact commercial uses. And we think that what we are proposing is a smart reuse of the space that does not change the building's structure or traffic flow or the function of the building. And also, these two uses combined make up less than 25% of the total building area. And there is no construction or expansion. We are just reusing the indoor space that is currently under use. And the reason we are requesting this change is that, so basically during COVID and after COVID, the office space demand was changed, and the landlord has not been receiving any interest in the office to occupy the premises for a couple of years now. And there has been a significant demand to use this space as a daycare. That's why we are requesting this change. And also, the zoning is meant to protect the employment users. The City of Toronto's employment lands policy supports flexible uses that serve workers and the local community. And also, the official plan allows for a range of uses in employment areas, especially ones that provide a clear benefit to the community and do not disrupt other operations. And this daycare and recreation center will have separate entrances, no conflict with truck or loading areas, and no disruption to the nearby businesses. And the recreation center will mostly operate in the evenings and weekends, which avoids overlap with nearby weekday business hours. So there is no added traffic or congestion during peak time. And the other thing I wanted to mention that because there is a shortage of licensed daycare in this area, when we discussed this proposed with the neighboring properties, we received 21 support signatures for the proposed daycare. Everybody were supporting this because of the shortage of licensed daycares in the neighborhood. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that there are some, we included a comparative study showing other similar approvals across Toronto. Some of these approved daycares are in much busier industrial zones with more truck activity and less outdoor spaces for the daycare. By contrast, this 44 ROLARK Drive offers a quiet, well-buffered space, minimal truck traffic, and a safe, accessible layout. We even included a picture of the elevation. You could see how further away it's from the road, and obviously the neighboring uses are very low impact commercial. It's not really heavy industrial. And there was also a private school that was approved within that industrial zone. It's 850 meters away from 44 ROLARK.
Thank you.
Sure, I've got a few things to say, Mr. Khan, but you first. No, I'll take, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, sir. I want to ask a very simple question. Now, day nursery in a heavy employment area, my colleague has already spoken about it. I want to understand that you are saying Unit 1 will be used as a day nursery and Unit 6 will be used as a recreation. Madam, please tell me, are these connected 1 through 6 or they are separate units?
No, they are separate. They are at either end of the building. So Unit 1, which is the day nursery, is at the front of the building with direct access from the road, and there will be gated play area from the inside. And Unit 6 is at the end of the property at the back with a separate entrance.
Okay. Now these, I understand, then there are two different items, recreation as well as day nursery. Nursery will have its own clientele and recreation will have its own clientele. Is it a separate parking required or what?
There is parking at the front for the day nursery for employees and parents drop off, and then there are some additional parking at the back. When we went through zoning didn't flag any parking issues.
Any study done for the parking of these cars or movement of these cars? Any study, traffic study?
Site plan, please. So we did have, we did involve a transportation study for the truck maneuvering and yes, right there. So we did have a study done for the truck maneuvering, and it's not interfering with the proposed parkings. And as you can see, we have a space for additional parking at the back in front of Unit 6. And the recreation center will be operated at different hours from the rest of the users because it's going to be operational on weekends and in the evening.
Now, final question that is, I don't know if it is fair or not, but I want to point out that generally the nurseries are created in the areas where the housing is, where are the small retail plaza, school and stuff like that. Nurseries needed badly, and that could be understood. But in a heavy industrial area, creating a heavy, a day nursery where the movements of the vehicles are heavy, it's a safety question of and two separate units, recreation as well as day nursery. Doesn't make a sense to me that it should be a development which should be encouraged or looked at favorably.
Does the agent have anything to say to that?
So we are actually in a very close proximity to two residential neighborhoods, and we are very close to the main road. So we are not really in the heart of the industrial, like heavy industrial zone. And when we discussed this proposed change with the neighboring properties, they supported this application because for people that are like working in that area, they saw the need for this day nursery in that neighborhood. That's why we got the support signatures. But we are also in a very close proximity of the residential areas. Basically, it's between two residential areas. And we are very close to the main road.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot I can say, so I'm going to try to be very concise. First of all, comparative studies are useful, but they are comparative. They're not the location that we're talking about. This location, by my observations, driving there and having a look, and also reviewing it again today, spending a few hours on this file, is surrounded by railway, surrounded by heavy industry, surrounded by medium industry, surrounded by trucking, surrounded by construction materials. And there's a reason we choose where we put sites for children. Maybe recent events in North America prove that. Hypothetically, when we look at a site like this committee has to work within the rules and the procedures that govern us. And this site is not zoned for children. So to the agent's point, there's no daycare facility in this area. It stands to reason because maybe this isn't the most appropriate area for such a place where children go in terms of air quality, safety, and if something were to ever happen at an industrial level like an accident. There's also the issue of, and it plays on my heart, that the person who owns or people that own the building are losing money because it's unrented. There's other businesses in the area. Apparently they're retail. Children are not retail. There are children. And there's a duty to perform here. And that duty is to make sure they're safe. There's also a reason that the city has overwhelmingly made clear that a lot of things can go here, but not a daycare and not a play area for children as Part B. So for me, I will not be approving this application, but I appreciate the effort to try to enrich the area. I just think it's the wrong application at the wrong time and in the wrong place.
Can I make a comment?
I was just
Okay.
going to ask
Go
a
ahead, Ms.
question
Oman.
again. I just have one question. I'm just looking at the site again. I mean, I echo kind of the comments made by the chair. But having said that, if I'm looking at it, there's like a door that the kids would go into off ROLARK Drive where there's parking in front of it. I assume that's sort of the daycare, and then the recreation areas at the back. Are you actually proposing to walk the kids along that grass strip between the two commercial buildings to get to the recreation center? Like, how are they getting there? Because I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me either, the whole thing. So that's a question. How would you propose to get the kids from the one unit to the other? Is it walking them outside on the grass strip between buildings, or is there a corridor inside?
So the recreation center is not for the kids. So these are two separate units. So we have the daycare, which the access is from the front where the building is facing the road, and the recreation center is just a separate unit, maybe separate tenant, to accommodate a volleyball court or badminton court, and it's going to be a separate entrance from the side of the building.
Okay,
So
but
these
aren't the
two
kids
units are not
supposed,
connected.
but aren't the kids supposed to, I mean, generally speaking, even if you see daycares, for example, at Toronto City Hall, you see them coming out with, you know, there's some kids walking, some are in like those triple strollers because the kids do need some outside time, right? So how are you going to provide that to the daycare kids there if you're not going to use the?
Right at the front, where we have the sodded area, we have proposed outdoor play area, which is going to be a gated play area, and it's roughly 70 feet by, it's 70, sorry.
Okay, no, that's
It's 70
okay.
feet.
It's, again, you're proposing a play area in the middle of an industrial zone. So I echo the chair's comments. I commend your efforts, but it just doesn't make much sense to me. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Which
Solomon.
was considered like a condition of maybe if you're not happy with the daycare use, how about the recreation center?
Well, I think I'm not going to comment on it. To me, it's the same thing because I don't know, I don't know what age groups, but I think my colleague, Ms. McCauley, has a question for you.
Go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Okay, Ms. McCauley has some questions. First question is to the applicant. Have you approached the day nursery licensing body as to their requirements for this daycare?
No, we did not.
So you don't know whether they would even give you a license, but you will have to get one. And not only will they look at the daycare, but they will look at items of the outdoor play area. You've looked at it being fenced in. I've seen that. I'm going to take a different tact here. Long time ago, once upon a time, people stayed home, mothers stayed home. They didn't need daycare facilities. And there's a desperate need in all of Toronto for daycare facilities. Maybe 10, maybe 15 years ago, the province brought in the Day Nurseries Act and encouraged day nurseries. From that, they looked at where should they be, so in schools, adjacent to parks, in the community, but they also have to look at where are the people. And so, again, a number of years ago, they looked at workplace daycare facilities. And I could probably name you 15, 20 workplace daycare facilities in industrial areas in Scarborough or in Toronto. One's on Consumers Drive, which is a fairly heavy industrial area, but it is a daycare facility for the workers. Another one is up in the Nielsen area. It's open storage, but again, a daycare nursery. Daycare nurseries essentially are needed everywhere. And it was recognized that for the ability of parents, predominantly mothers, to take their child to a daycare center at the same location as what they work is a real advantage to that parent and to the community. So we have a daycare center. We have daycare centers just outside this place here. We have daycare centers in City Hall. We have daycare centers. I was in a hospital yesterday. There's a daycare center in the hospital. Daycare centers, they have tried to establish them not only in looking at the needs of the children, but also the needs of the parents to access these centers. This location, to me, not ideal, but we need daycare centers, and it can be made to work. It will be up to the licensing committee to take a good look at this and say, what are the additional things you need to do to ensure that this daycare center is safe and appropriate? The city's strategic report basically says that this is a heavy industrial area. It says that because this is in heavy industrial area, children should not be in this area because of the pollution or vibration or noise. If children shouldn't be here, nor should adults. I don't see that we have a heavy industrial area here. I know of very few heavy industrial areas with the accompanying pollution and vibration in all of Scarborough. So I think this is a location that is desirable for a daycare, and I would consider it as a workplace daycare center. I note that the applicant has talked to a number of employment or industries in the area, all who are supporting a daycare. They too are probably thinking, my employees are having difficulty making the time for access to these places. This is an advantage to us as well as to the community. So I'm going to vote for this application.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Very good points all. Okay, does anybody else like to ask the applicant, or does anyone have any comments? Or do we go? Okay, we're going to go to a vote. Ms. Holman, shall I ask you to lead us off?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting this application. I don't believe it's an appropriate use for this site. I think a lot of industrial areas have been rezoned either for residential or for the wrong uses, and I think it's going to come back to bite us down the road. I think the city is doing its best to protect the industrial areas. I do respect the comments made by my colleague, Ms. McCauley. However, this is not an actual company that is asking for this kind of a daycare for their employees. This is just a broad daycare and recreation center. So I would move refusal of the application for all those reasons, as well as community planning and the advisory report from policy.
Thank you for what is obviously a difficult decision today. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will second the motion by my colleague.
Sorry, motion to refuse the application by Ms. Ullman, seconded by Mr. Khan. All those in favor? That's 4 to refuse the application and 1 to approve the application. The application is refused. Thank you. New business, item 22, Kootenay Crescent, Toronto. Application to convert the existing rear yard ancillary building into a 2-story ancillary building containing a garden suite in the rear yard of the lot containing an existing 1-story detached main dwelling. There will be a total of 2 dwelling units on the lot. This application was previously deferred at the May 7th, 2025 hearing. We have community planning recommends refusal. We have written correspondence, a letter of support, petition, letters of support with 4 signatures. This is already mentioned the second time up before this committee. I understand we have a speaker in the audience today. Hi, how are you, sir? Good, thank you. Thank you for coming out. And I have a notation, Deputy Treasurer, about the application and the cover letter. Was there a discrepancy? The between the application and the cover letter for this? Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, that is something you may wish to ask the applicant. The public hearing notice, which is on the screen, we understand is correct, but you can confirm that with the applicant.
Thank you very much, sir, for that direction. Do we have any speakers online? Just checking in? No. And is the applicant agent online or here? Oh, you are the, okay. I'm told there's an extra speaker. Who's the extra speaker? Oh, you're the extra speaker. Okay, delightful. All right. So can we have the agent or applicant come down and speak to us? Thank you. Okay, there's a third person. So let me get a few things straight here because I get confused sometimes. You're the applicant or the agent?
Agent.
Wonderful. And this person beside you with the S on their shirt is the
Applicant.
applicant, and the lady to his left? And who, is she an applicant or?
The contract.
I'm the GC contractor.
Oh, you're the contractor?
Yes, I am.
Awesome, okay. So, so how this works is you can speak for up to 5 minutes in a presentation if we need it. You can share the 5 minutes, but not each of you get 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, though, I just want to make sure we're on the right track here. There is four signatures of support, a letter of support, but community planning is refusing it. Does anybody on committee have any questions to start off, or, okay? Why don't you give us a short presentation, because with community planning recommending a refusal, I'd like to hear some fine points on this, if you can stay. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Henry Sinclair. I live in Caledon, Ontario.
And your address?
38 McCourt Drive in Caledon, Ontario.
Okay, we're just going to check your mic, sir.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you're a bit tall, aren't you?
Yeah,
Okay,
great.
go for it.
Well, basically, we're proposing a garden suite, and we submitted the plans. We submitted the plans to planning, and planning has reviewed it, and there were a few variances that were in question. So the one that is basically outstanding, which caused a little bit of a confusion the last time, was the square footage. And basically, the fact that the basement was included in the square footage of the garden suite, that's what kind of caused the confusion in the square footage. Yeah, so that's basically what caused the confusion about the square footage, because the basement was included.
Did I hear you correctly? You suggesting that the bone of contention with community planning is the square footage because the basement was included?
Yes, it's supposed to be storage.
It's supposed to be storage?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you think brings community planning to conclude a refusal other than that point?
Only point, because basically all other variances were met. They reviewed all the other variances and they were met.
Okay, give us a second here. Ms. Ullman, go ahead.
I'm just looking at the planning report, and it does speak to that they have, they feel that the proposed two-story garden suite results in a massing that's not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, because the surrounding neighborhood is predominantly one story. So that doesn't speak, they don't speak to the basement at all. They speak to the fact that it's 2 stories and that they feel the massing is not compatible.
That's kind of a clarification that I spoke to them about, because going by the building code does not include a basement when you do the calculation of the square footage. So that what they told you and what they said to me is something totally different, because I questioned them about that and said that the basement should be excluded, and they insisted that it has to be.
But it's 2 stories, is it not?
Yeah,
So they're not talking about the basement. I'm looking at the plans, and the plans show the foundation like an unfinished. Is that where are you saying the first floor is there's nothing in it? But because that's not
No,
what.
you see the dotted lines below, looking at that elevation, where you're looking at the doors, the window, and so forth. The dotted line below is the windows. Is the basement, I'm sorry. That they are included in the gross calculation. The building code says,
I'm confused because I'm looking at this cross-section and it still shows the storage and then it still shows 2 floors above. Did you want to weigh in, Mr.
Through the chair, there was a zoning review that was done by Toronto Buildings. You submitted the zoning review for this application, correct?
Actually, yes, I had, I did a research about the staff doing some work and the bylaws about it. And that's another thing that, we kind of question.
The zoning review is used for, you submitted for a zoning review. The zoning review confirms what variances are required to implement your proposal at building permit.
Yes.
And only Toronto Buildings is allowed to do zoning interpretations of the bylaw.
Yeah.
So this is what the public notice is based on the zoning review.
Okay.
And the numbers in the zoning review. If those numbers are different, then should the committee approve this, you're not going to be able to get your building permit if it's not based on the correct numbers in the zoning review.
My colleague here wants to make a point, can she?
Good afternoon. Hi. Okay, so based on the zoning review, just recently came out a couple of days ago that the City of Planning is proposing to vote, I think, on the 15th for the variance that we are now bringing forth to the committee that would not have us even be here at the moment. So we're asking the committee, based on the proposal that the City of Planning is bringing forth to approve, for why we're here right now today, which is one variance we've got. The masking, there is other garden suites in the area. So what the issue is, they're telling us that we are not to have the basement, and the basement is considered as square footage, but we do need the basement to put the utility in there, the room. So we're just asking the committee today that based on just a couple of days that there's going to be the issue of the gross, which is 120, once it stays under 120 square, that it will be approved, and we are within that range. So we are asking the committee if they can take into consideration that this variance that we're coming for today, it be considered to be approved, because the City of Planning is considering the changes in the next couple of days.
Okay, you've been very clear, and we're here to work with the public, but we have certain things we have to follow, and you understand that procedural, we have to be fair and equitable. Ms. Holman, did you have a question about?
So you do understand that the community planning report is speaking to the massing, right?
Yes.
So the above ground portion is what they're speaking about, the 2 stories. Then I guess now with what your colleague said, if something is changing in a couple of weeks, and I'm assuming there's a 21-day appeal period or something after that, but then why would you not have waited and just until that's all done? Because like they're the ones recommending refusal also, and it does say that no revisions were made after the deferral was granted, so they are still recommending refusal, and they're not making any comment whatsoever about changes down the road.
Well, based on the question that you just asked, I totally understand what you're saying.
I can't hear you.
This recommendation for refusal was before just a couple of days, where the City of Planning is recommending changes now. So, I mean, we've already came and deferred, and we know our date was today. So we are coming in saying that, we hope that the committee will take into consideration And if not, then I guess we'll be deferred until. But we're hoping that you'll take into consideration that it's going to be changed. We were already here, we deferred it, and that's why. Or else we would have deferred this. We're coming hoping that you will take into consideration.
Just to clarify, you're saying planning told you this 2 days ago? And are they saying then, you know, their report goes
No,
away next?
it's a research that I've done.
I'm sorry?
I've researched it, and
Oh, you researched it, so you
yeah.
haven't actually spoken to planning, ma'am?
no,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, I'm just asking because if they said that, then, you know, their report might still be here because of them. I don't know, but, so if you want a deferral, that's up to you. You'd have to ask the chair, then we either we vote on what's before us or we would vote on deferral, but that's up to you.
Thank you, Ms. Ullman. First of all, thank you for the clarity. I now have a very comprehensive picture of, I think, what's going on here. We are in the business of making this city work, and therefore you and your interests work. That said, the basement is not part of this puzzle piece right now as far as the legislation and the rules stand. The massing is above ground. It is too great as the rules stand. If we're going to see some changes due to the research you've uncovered, we have to wait for them to happen. We can't take that as gospel and use it right now at this committee hearing. That said, we don't have to grant a deferral, but I'm going to recommend to our committee members that we do grant a deferral because I think we need to see you again because I think we can come to an accommodation and that will hopefully serve your purposes and the city's purposes. So would you take a deferral if we offered it?
Sure.
Okay. So we're also late breaking news. We're now going to speak to somebody else for a minute about this file. So have a seat. You can sit down there if you like, anywhere to make yourselves comfortable. And let's hear from the other speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hold on before you leave. Ms. McCauley may have a question.
Thank you. I have a question, and it deals with the garden suite being bigger than the residential building on the lot. Now, I have two sets of numbers here, and I don't know what is clear. I have the residential building on the lot as 1,280 square feet, and that the garden suite is 640 square feet.
Once.
The application says, and it's confusing because we go to meters, the application says the garden suite's 163 square meters, and that is what you're changing. But the existing building on the lot is 118 square meters. I think that's incorrect.
Yes, that is incorrect because what is included here, the 163 square meter include 3 levels, the basement, the first floor, and the second floor.
Okay, that's for the garden suite.
That's the garden suite.
Okay,
In the main building,
yeah.
the only thing that is there is the 118 square meter, which is only 1 floor, not the basement.
Okay, so there's 118 square meters. It's roughly 1,280 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I tried to figure this out myself.
Thank you, Ms.
Sorry.
McCauley. That's great questioning, and we're trying to
Can I
sleuth this. Go ahead, Ms.
ask
Ullman.
one other, so you keep, you keep mentioning the basement. What is the square meters of the garden suite without the basement? You say the 163.37 includes the basement, is that
Yeah,
what you
it
said?
would be 118 square meters without the basement.
You're saying it's 0.92 less than the house?
Yes, and that's basically why we're being refused, because they are including the basement. So because the basement is, we've been told to remove the basement and it will be approved. So that is the reason why we're here, because we are including the they are including the basement.
I hear what you're saying, but we're also dealing with an official department that has given their reasons. Deputy Treasurer, please.
Through the chair, The zoning review is the interpretation by Toronto Buildings, which has been, and this is part of this is part of the applicant's application. It informed the application based on the 118.92 square meters. It does include the basement because that is the current interpretation that for gross floor area. There is no confusion here.
Yeah, and that's my point about the official department. Have a seat, folks, and where's our other speaker? I understand we have another speaker. Oh, come on down, and we're going to hear from you now. Thank you. Okay, take your time. Good afternoon. Make sure you pull that microphone down so you can use it. Go ahead. No, pull it down. Just grab a hold of it, pull it on down. It's flexible. And give us your first and last name and your address, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Menka Krinchevska. I am from 21 Kilgregan Crescent, north side from this
Okay, Ms.
building.
Minka, you can have up to 5 minutes to speak. Are you here for the application or against the application?
I am here against application.
Okay, so you can speak for up to 5 minutes, but you don't have to use all that time. And try to stick to what is the issue that is causing you to not want this.
I am on this property, 21 Kilgregan Crescent, for 40 years. On Kilgregan Crescent, no one have garden suite. And on this garden suite is on the back of my house. When they build the house, when they're gonna build the property there on the property, their windows gonna face exactly my bedroom windows. So I won't have any privacy there. I cannot walk free on my backyard. I cannot walk free in my bedrooms. So all the time, my drapes has to be closed. What kind of life I gonna have there? I gonna be like close inside my house. And this is not fair because nobody got there, no one. And I know everybody on 21 Kilgregan Crescent, and I know half of the people on 22 Kootenay. Because I use, and I still do walk around the area. So I'm here to say I am against that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your clarity. Thank you for coming out. Let me just ask, hold on, folks, we'll get to you, I promise. Ms. McCauley, you have a question? Your mic's on, so I wasn't sure. Does anybody else have a question for Ms. Minka? Okay. Thank you for your comments, and if you could just go back and have a seat, we're taking it under advisement.
No problem. Anytime when we come here, they always bring something new and new and new. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, what's going to happen next, folks, is when Ms. Minka goes back to her seat, as she passes you, please, you can have up to 5 minutes to speak to Ms. Minka's concern, and we'll go from there, okay? So go ahead, folks. You can take the podium again. Just make sure you keep your voices up, please, because I'm 59 and my ears aren't what they used to be.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Edgar Lusterio. I'm the owner of number 22 Kootenay Crescent. I don't believe that there's no garden suite in our area. There was recently built, like last year, not number 23 Kootenay Crescent, across my house. It's the same, almost the same size of house, and it was built at almost the same size of the garden suite, the one we're planning. That garden suite, I don't hear any question about going into the committee of adjustment. I don't know why it passed, but we just basically copied mostly the dimension of the garden suite. That's why I'm wondering why the city allowed this one and me having a problem since last year, May 5, to undergo with the city planning. Yeah, city planning, and that's my point. Is it's already like almost more than a year, and my next door neighbor got his own approval for not so much question. I don't know what's the point now of why I don't get this project. We're in. Yeah.
Okay.
It has Your Honor. It has also a basement, second floor,
No.
and
Let's
main
not
floor.
go through the basement again. I get the basement part of this. Here's the deal. There are many stories in the Naked City. Every garden suite is not the same as every other garden suite. Every property is not the same. So some get approved, some don't. We have not approved or refused this garden suite application. That's good news. There is some wiggle room left. It's called a deferral. As far as garden suites go, this committee is neutral. We are only administering the law of the land. The law of the land says currently garden suites are in. That means like them, don't like them, that's your issue. This committee knows that the City of Toronto is welcoming garden suites. We just have to make sure they fit and they're appropriate. So before this decision gets made, either this committee can defer it or we can refuse it. So I'm going to canvass this committee right now, and we're going to go into committee, which means no more questions or comments. We've heard what we've heard, and we need to move this day along. We have lots of people that are patiently waiting, and I think we've got a fulsome piece of information. Before I release you, does anybody have any questions from what was just said? Okay, we're going to go into committee. Folks, thank you for your time. Thank you, Ms. Minka, and let us do our job now.
Thank you.
We're in committee, guys. I'm looking to defer this because I think there is some room here. You could debate this either way, but I would like to give this application one more chance. We don't usually go 3 times, but I think this is one of those rare times I'd be in favor of deferral. Anybody else have anything else to say? Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
I have no objections to deferral, but, you know, I don't like to do this a second time. Is it the third time? That's even worse. But it would give them an opportunity to speak with planning and with the zoning examiner again, because to the best of my knowledge, basements are included in the calculations for the garden suites. Now, what's happening, whether there's changes contemplated or if there is wiggle room on the part of the zoning examiner with respect to the fact that it's not being used as inhabitable space and instead for a furnace or storage or whatever, mechanicals, and if perhaps that wasn't explained, I don't know, so maybe this will give them a chance to revisit that also. You know, failing that, I would not be in support of this application as it stands.
Thank you, Ms. Ullman. I want to agree with Ms. Ullman. This is the second deferral, but it'll be the third time up if you get a deferral. So we've heard from Ms. Ullman. Does anyone like to, Mr. Howe? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I could support a deferral, but on the basis of what my colleague mentioned, that the applicant should be prepared to work with the city planning division and make, you know, substantial changes that could satisfy city of community planning's concerns. Otherwise, a deferral would just be kicking the can down the road. So I do make that comment. If we do defer, I really hope that the applicant would consider changes and work with community planning.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Clear as always. I strongly advise you don't come before this committee again with statements like research, future changes in the law. Work with community planning. Mr. Howe is absolutely correct. Okay. On that note, I'll go ahead. Oh, Ms. McCauley, I'm sorry.
I think I'm just going to repeat what you said is I would like to see the numbers interpreted by the city staff. May not be the way you interpret it, but the city staff will interpret what is the gross floor area based on your plans, get agreement as to what that is, get agreement as to what is the size of your existing dwelling, and then come back to us. Or you may not even have to come back to us. But we we're in this section where you do your research, but we have to approve what the city planners interpret. And so we need to know what the city planners interpret, not what you interpret.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Ms. Ullman, are you going to put forth a motion?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would move deferral of this application to give the applicant and the owner a chance to speak to planning, but also zoning, and make it clear that that basement is for mechanical, and, you know, see if you do need to come back here. And, yeah, I'm assuming that if they think that, because from what I've read, it can be interpreted a little bit differently, maybe if there's mechanical, but it depends on the zoning examiner and how they look at it and where it's at. So again, otherwise you're going to be back here with the same variances, and you've heard the committee is not inclined to approve the variances as they are.
Deputy Treasurer.
Through the chair, just one last thing. Toronto Buildings is responsible for providing the interpretations, and they've submitted a zoning review confirming the gross floor areas or the variances for this. That's one thing. The second thing is I just want to confirm Member Oman's motion. Is it deferral?
Oh, it's deferral
To, at the request of the applicant, to correctly identify all requested variances?
Yeah, it's one variance, is it not? Or, but yeah, to
Okay.
go over the variances again, based, well, I don't want to get into the whole discussion again, but yeah. And that they either, if things are changing, that they either don't come back before us or they come back before us with something different, right? With different numbers, because as it stands now, I think they've heard that the committee wouldn't be in favor of what's before us now.
Thank you, Ms. Ullman. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. I will second the motion of Ms. Ullman. So I'm seconding it. All those in favor? And that's unanimous to defer this application. We'll see you back next time. Talk to the city, please. New business. We're now to 23. And this is 268B Kennedy Road, Toronto. Application to construct a new two-story ancillary building containing a garden suite, garage on the ground floor, and dwelling unit above, with a front porch in the rear yard and of a lot containing an existing two-story detached dwelling. Vehicular access to the parking space will be from Mewbourne Avenue. There will be a total of 2 dwelling units on the lot. Note, this application was previously deferred at the Committee of Adjustment on May 7th, 2025. There is, correct me if I'm wrong, 6 requested variances. We have a lot with this file. There is community planning is asking us to refuse it. There is also urban forestry conditions. That's it. Transportation Services is asking for a deferral. That was a late entry into my paperwork. There's also a letter of objection. Is there anything about Metrolinx on this file? Or is it the standard clause? There is the standard. Thank you very much for that. So that'll be the recommendation. Having said that, is there anybody here in the audience for this matter? Okay. Anybody online for this matter outside the applicant agent? Okay. Let's speak to the applicant agent, please.
Group regarding the project at 268B Kennedy Road.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there, sir. We can hardly hear you.
Okay. And just a note, you guys are quiet, but anybody online on our end is very loud. I don't know if it's an audio issue. So if you need me to speak louder, let me know if that's a good volume. Is this a better volume?
That's an excellent volume. So we need your first and last name and your address, please, and your status in this matter.
Yeah, I'm the agent, Peter Jerusik of ARC Design Group, 60 Thistledown Crescent, Whitby, Ontario. And I'm the agent representing the client regarding this project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jeruzik. Couple of things right off the bat. This committee want a presentation or have any questions? Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I would appreciate a very short, succinct presentation. This is the second garden suite, and I must admit I'm starting to get confused as to what are the rules for garden suites. So if he would, he's got a number of variances here. I'm not sure why he needs all those variances. So if Mr. Jerusik would give us a short presentation, I'd appreciate it. It's got 6 variances for a garden suite.
I'd be more happy to provide a presentation. This was deferred by our firm regarding as we were missing one variance on coverage. And also there was concern last time regarding the angle of plane. So we had 7 original ones in the superseded one. Now we've removed actually the variances for the angular planes, and the additional one for coverage is required. The main issues here are setbacks, as this is a garden suite abutting a side street. Now, the original dwelling itself had a permitted garage in this location. Now, as we're applying for a garden suite, the side yard setbacks, which were permitted under the garage, now have to be applied for again for the garden suite to be permitted that close. So we currently have a house that has been recently built, and they had a 2-car garage. Since the application of the house with the garage, the new garden suite and laneway suites have come in. So my client wanted to upgrade that structure to a garden suite. As a requirement for that, we now have to bring the garden suite with the garage into compliance, as before it was just a garage. So we still have the same requirements of 0.75, which was already permitted for a garage, but now we're requesting it for the garden suite. So we did have a garage permitted with that setback. Now we're requesting this. In terms of the coverage itself, from what was permitted to what is required now, the difference between the existing garage that we had permitted to this garden suite is an additional 7 square meters to permit a single car garage from the original double to now a single car garage with a little bit of a living space and a bedroom and a washroom on the 2nd story above it. So we're requesting an additional coverage of 7 square meters. Regarding the comments from the transportation, and please note this, when we were here before, the only comments we had were from planning department regarding the angular plane and the request to plant a tree. The second time around, the building has not changed, but now they're recommending refusal because of the coverage, both the landscape and the building itself. But the landscape and the landscape was in the first submission, which they didn't have a comment, and now they chose to comment on the landscaping coverage. The request, and I think in light of their request, we have no issues planting the tree. However, our request for the coverage is only 7 square meters, and I believe that is well within the scope here. We're not asking for much here to make this request. That this falls within the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The comments that came in late for the transportation is an interesting one, as they're questioning the vehicle access to a parking space be provided from a lawfully existing vehicular access. The word lawfully existing under the bylaw means what was lawfully existing May 9th, 2013. This is a corner lot, but the original house had its driveway on Kennedy Road, not on Mewburn. And as you know, when there's corner lots, it is now encouraged under the new bylaw to have the access from the side street, not from the frontage yard. So with that, the only issue we have here is that it's not lawfully existing vehicle access before May 9th. We currently have an access at the back for a parking pad where the original garage for the original building has been approved. Now we just want to put a garden suite in together with that garage. But the wording, which is chapter 150.7.80.1, falls under the garden suite. And that lawfully existing vehicular access means the access had to be granted May 9th. It wasn't. This parking space was granted when we got the house at the front approved, which was only a few years ago. And that's why that variance pops up. So it's not a grand issue here. We do have a parking spot where this garage is supposed to be, and it's legal as a parking spot for the existing house that has now received occupancy. It's just under a garden suite, it's not lawfully existing as of May 9th, 2013, when you look at the definition. So I tried to discuss that with them, and they're looking into it, but they kind of understood it, but not enough time to respond back to the committee with it. So that's why I thought I'd discuss it with you guys and point out the issues here. And to also, just to note, this variance was on the first variance, on the first meeting, and they never commented on it. They only commented it now for some reason. I don't know why.
Thank you, Mr. Jurczyk. Yeah, we're very clear that the second time around, transportation's added a twist for you. We got it. Does anybody have any questions for what was just stated? Nope, you're good. Yeah, I think we're going to get back to you, sir. We're just going to also look at, was there, just to be clear here, was there anybody that wanted to speak to this? And there was not. So if we don't really have any questions, I think we're going to go right, oh, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, I have one question. I would appreciate to know total number of parking spaces.
There is one parking space in the ancillary structure, which is the garden suite, and that's it.
Thank you.
The existing house does not have a garage in it nor a parking space. It's only where the current parking space is where we're going to be putting this new garage on top of it with the garden suite.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to look up something here. Give me a second, please, Mr. Jurczyk. Yeah. And I do remember this from May. This is, as you said, sir, this is where the original driveway was somewhere else, and then since May 9th, 2013, it existed in a different place?
Correct. The original house, this is a property that had two houses, which my client divided up into 4 lots. The original house on the corner, the actual driveway, if you look at Google Maps historically, you'll see it. It's off of Kennedy Road on the old house that was originally there. My client has just finished building the existing houses, which he received a permit, I think, 3 years ago. So now, and he had that legally approved for a side garage and off of Mewburn and the parking off of it for that. This lawfully existing vehicular access only falls under Chapter 150, which is for garden suites. So we never needed a variance when it was a garage for a lawfully existing vehicular access. It's only under the garden suite that this clause comes in. And as you know, the city encourages on corner lots for parking to come off the side street, which we are adhering to.
Okay. And notwithstanding, I'm empathetic to that point of view, I'll be frank with you. Community planning has said to refuse this, and why do you think they've said that?
Their biggest issue is they wanted us to eliminate the coverage requirement. So the first meeting we were at, we missed the coverage of the building, the additional one, but we did capture actually it was in the zoning notice. The zoning notice examiner missed the building coverage, but captured the soft landscaping deficiency because of that. So the notice was missing the building, and we caught that went back to the plans examiner, but we couldn't get the revised notice prior. That's why we deferred it. So this new deferred, if you look at the superseded public notice and this public notice, the rear soft landscaping was always there. We just now had to add the building, the extra 7 square meters to the building, to the garden suite itself to comply. The building has not changed a shape from the last one. I don't know why they're making an issue now with the coverage, especially the soft landscaping. He wanted more soft landscaping, but he never commented on that on the first time, which was a variance. So they've just had a change of heart, I guess, and they wanted us to reduce the building. But 7 square meters, we have a garage and a small living area, and then staircase to go up to a second floor. So it's fairly tight as it is, and as you know, 7 square meters in my mind is minor in nature. The city was just, at this second round, requested that we remove that variance. And it
Okay.
was just a matter of opinion on their point. That's it.
Very clear and concise. Thank you. Hold tight. We're going to go into committee now, unless anybody has a comment or question. Okay, we're in committee, sir. Let us speak and do our business. Who wants to lead the way? Thanks, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application I would not be in support of for 2 reasons. One is community planning advised. The lot coverage is over 45%, right, by about 2.4%. It sounds minor, but I have to remind everyone that the 45% coverage is already enlarged by the ARU regulation. It would have been way smaller if not for that regulation. And so this 2.4% is on top of already enlarged floor area, lot coverage that's permitted by the regulation. So this is going one step further than what's already been kind of relaxed, right, the rules. And 2, on top of that, the increase in size is at the expense of soft landscaping. So it's not that the increase in size wouldn't impact other areas. It's taken away what's otherwise required as soft landscaping. And the zoning bylaw requires a 50% soft landscaping in the rear yard. Now they're at 37.4, which is about 25% less than what's required. So I don't think this is a good, appropriate or good, revision against the planning rules. And so I wouldn't be in favor of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
I would agree with some of the comments made by my colleague. If I were to approve, it would be including the conditions by planning. With respect to the driveway, being on, what's the street? I'm going brain dead here. The side street, Mewborn, I don't have an issue with that because if you look at the house on the opposite corner, its driveway is coming off of there. So to me, it would be a similar pattern. In terms of the size, I think for like removing variance 6, it's not, it would immediately also improve variance number 1. So that would be my position on it.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Mr. Howe, just clarify for me again, my math is fuzzy. What's the shortfall for the soft landscaping? What's the percentage?
The requirement is, a state is 50%. The applicant's at 37.4.
Okay, thank you. I did hear you say that. I just want to make sure that was it. And that's the difference of obviously about 14%?
Yeah, on, direct calculation, but percentage-wise, about 25%.
Okay.
Less than what's
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I think it was amended to 43%. Variance number 1.
Just to clarify, Mr. Khan, that's in the planning report. That's what planning wants them to do. But they have not done
That's
that.
right.
So those would be that's one of the conditions if we.
Does the applicant agree with that or not?
If the chair wants to come out of committee and ask, he didn't, I don't think he did, but
I've given a look to the deputy treasurer, and he's okay with that. Procedurally, we're now going to step out of our magical committee box. Are you there, Mr. Jaruzik?
I'm back. I'm unmuted. Yes, I know that the condition for planning department has not requested.
Sir,
full-
Mr. Jaruzik, I haven't asked the question yet.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Let the chair ask the question. That's why I got the chair. Here's the question, sir. This committee is trying to work with you. Would you consider doing an alteration for us that you've heard the committee talk about?
Yeah, and I apologize. Mrs. Oman's mic was cutting in and out. I don't know if you guys know that online, so I only heard half of her stuff. I'm willing to work with the committee, and planning department's recommending refusal of only variance 6. So if that variance is refused, then we just have to comply with the and shorten it out by 7 square meters and make it work. So I'd rather have that, where if that is the only thing holding up, is refuse number 6, which would make the building shorter and add the landscaping up to 43, which is what's the difference?
okay, so yeah, that is sort of the question we had. So what I was saying, I don't know which part cut out, I hope you can hear me totally now, was that I would be inclined to go with the planning conditions. If you make the amendments officially, that's even better. And I said that I don't have a problem with the driveway being on Dewborn because the house on the opposite corner actually has a driveway there. So it's kind of a similar pattern. So that's what I was saying. So I guess just to clarify further to the chair, if you delete variance number 6, will that automatically make variance number 1 43% at 52.68 meters square?
Correct, because that deficiency of 7.5 for the coverage gets added to the soft landscaping, and that's what they've calculated there.
Okay, so are
just
you,
refusal of six will automatically bring the soft landscaping up to that number.
okay, so instead of us doing that, would you be willing to make that amendment? So deleting variance number 6 and amending variance number 1 to 43%, which equals 52.68 meters square?
I will be amenable to that if that helps us solve this issue today.
I think it will.
Well done, Ms. Oman. Good decision, Mr. Jaruzik. Okay, so we're going to go back into committee now, sir. I think we've got everything established, unless anybody gives me a different look. Any questions? No. Okay, this committee is now in committee. Mr. Howe, would you like to lead the way?
Sure, Chair. Through you, I would like to move a motion of approval of this application as amended.
Through the chair, I just noticed that in the planning report, I think it's an error. Recommendation number 2, variance 1, rear yard landscaping be reduced to a minimum of 43%. I think that means increased. So, but it doesn't impact the member Howe's motion.
Okay, and yes, you are absolutely correct, Deputy Treasurer. So go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Sure, I move approval of this application as amended with community planning condition number 3 still applying, being a native tree species shall be planted in the rear yard. Subject to urban forestry condition. And that's it. And Metrolinx condition.
We have a motion by Mr. Howe to approve this on the basis of what he said. Mr. Khan, would you like to second this motion?
I will second the motion, sir.
All those in favor? Unanimous, approved. Thank you, Mr. Jaruzik. New business, item 24, 23 Commonwealth Avenue, Toronto. Application to alter the existing 2-story dwelling by enclosing the front porch and constructing a rear yard 2-story addition with rear yard deck. We have conditions of approval from community planning, urban forestry, no letters of objection, no letters of support. And we have a gentleman who's going to speak to this issue as the agent, I believe.
Agent Patrick McAuliffe, agent for the owner.
Thank you, sir. Just make sure we can hear you on the mic. Let's
Sorry.
just canvass, sir, this committee. Does anybody need a presentation or have questions? For the gentleman in the hat. Okay. Sir, it appears that your materials supplied are very thorough, and doing our due diligence, we're satisfied with what we see. We'd like to go into committee. What do you say to that?
I agree.
Okay, give us a minute. In terms of this item, does anybody want to go forth? Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would be prepared to move approval of this application as I feel it meets the 4 tests, fits within the context of the neighborhood, including community planning conditions and urban forestry condition number 2. And yeah, that's the planning report dated the 27th of June, and it's got the drawings attached to the plan, or to the report, I should say.
Ms. Holman's made a motion to approve this application, and with respect to community planning, the June report of this year be attached, and also the urban forestry conditions. I will second that motion. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, new business, item 25. We're at 20, 22, and 24 Pell Street. Is anyone in the audience here for that matter? Well, step up to the microphone. Thank you. There is no, just to read this a little bit, give me a moment. There is no, my apologies. There are no correspondence, no objections, no support. This is for an application to alter the existing 2-story apartment complex by converting the laundry rooms in the basement of 20 Pell Street and 24 Pell Street, each into a dwelling unit for a total of 2 additional dwelling units. Also to permit the reduction of vehicle and bicycle parking spaces provided on site and a reduction in the minimum required lot area per dwelling unit in the existing apartment complex. There is, if I understand correctly, there are 3 requested variances. Okay. Your first and last name and your address, please, and your status.
My name is Lisa Klatz. I'm a planner, DG Biddle and Associate, agent for this application, and the address is 481 Taunton Street, West Oshawa.
Very good. Let me canvass this committee. Does anybody want a full presentation, small presentation, or have any questions? Well, it looks like, oh, go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
It's a really, really quick question. I'm just curious. So is there going to be like one laundry room now for all the buildings? Is that how this is going to work?
Yes, that's correct. One for like the 3 parts.
Yeah, and thanks for the covering letter. So it was very, it outlined a lot of stuff, so it saved a lot of time today, I think, especially knowing there's a bike rack and hookups around. So that's it.
Good job. Okay, we're going to go into committee now, and we'll make our decision. Thank you. Now in committee, Ms. Ullman, please lead the way.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that what's being proposed in this case can work in those buildings, given the fact there's still going to be a laundry room that's accessible to everybody. It'll give an extra unit, so I would move approval of the application, and transportation had no concerns, just as a side note, and there are no conditions.
Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
I will second the motion, sir.
Moved by Ms. Ullman to approve this application for the reasons she set forth, seconded by Mr. Khan. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application is approved. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We are going to take a we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 3:34. We'll be back in 10. Thank you.
Sometimes I can't read my own writing, you know. Which one? Oh, Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's the point coming back, right? I mean, really.
Okay, folks, we're going to resume. Thank you for the time. We are on item 26, 14 Brown Spring Road, Toronto. Application to convert the existing two-story detached dwelling to a duplex by constructing a rear two-story addition along with interior alterations. There's two variances requested. For this particular matter, there's conditions of approval from community planning, 4 letters of objection, and 1 registered speaker. Is that speaker in the audience? There you are, sir. How are you? Okay. Are you for or against the application? No, I'm sorry. Are you for the application? You're not for it. Okay. So we're going to get to you after we hear from the agent applicant, and that's why I ask, and then we'll have you come down. Okay. And the agent applicant online, please.
Yes, my name is Eugene Dominic, applicant.
And what's your address, sir?
14 Brown Spring Road, Scarborough, M1S2V6.
Very good. Hold on for a second, sir. Anyone on committee wish a presentation or have a question for this applicant? Sir, we don't have a, well, Ms. Oman does. Go ahead, Ms. Oman.
I have a question, sir. Have you seen the planning report? They're recommending variances 1 and 2 regarding the length and depth be reduced to 21 meters. Are you prepared to make an amendment to that effect?
Yes, yes, we agree. 21 meters is the latest.
Okay, so just to be clear, so you're officially amending for the record today variances 1 and 2. You're changing it to 21 meters, is that correct?
Exactly, correct.
Okay.
I signed this document yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Sir, in light of that information and that amendment, I'm not going to ask you for a presentation. Instead, I'm going to ask to hear from the gentleman who's come here, and then we'll see what you have to say to that. Okay?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And sir, as you make your way to the podium, just make sure you get that microphone to a place where we can use it to our advantage and hear you. And please give us your first and last name and your address.
My name is Jeff Kwan, and Yeah, my name is Jeff Kwan, and I'm the son of the homeowners at 12 BROWNSPRING Road, Lee San Kwan and Walter Bingham Kwan, and they adamantly disapprove it because.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you have up to 5 minutes. Okay. You don't have to use all that time. Think about what you're going to say to make the points that you're trying to make. You don't have to repeat them over and over, but just come right to the heart of what you want us to understand is your concern or your family's.
They're concerned about the bylaw. It sort of exceeds the limit. It says here of the data disclosed to us, it's 19 meters. That's the legal amount. But the owner is going to 22 meters. So that's exactly like 16% more. And if you convert into like in terms of the length of the house, it's 16 meters for his house, and you add another 6 meters. And actually 38% more. So that's too long for us. And there are 4 complaints already, 4 objections already, 3 on the west side of BROWNSPRING and 1 on the east side. And wouldn't that actually intrude on our privacy? Because we do use the garden for our purposes. And we don't want that thing looking over us. So what happened to us? And we don't have a say in that.
So if I will give you the mic in a sec. If I heard you correctly, sir, you're saying this applicant is asking for 38% more?
No, if it's approved,
yes.
if you give him the extra 23 meters, his house is 16 meters in length before the addition. If you add the 6 meters more, that's 22. So that's 3 meters too long.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. And you're saying that there's 3 objections on the west side, 1 on the east side.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Ms. Ullman has a question. Stay tuned.
Actually, I don't know if you heard or understood that our planning department had a report, and they were recommending that both of the variances be reduced to 21 meters, okay? So just the applicant, the agent, has officially amended it today to reduce it from 22.13 meters for each of the variances to 21 meters. So he's no longer asking for 22.13. He's asking for 21 meters. Just want to clarify. But I just want to clarify that he has just reduced it, because I don't.
But you guys don't. You have a precedent that's 19 meters. You're just like giving away. You're just using your rules loosely.
Well, we don't use our rules loosely. This committee is specifically set up so that people can come and ask for variances to the zoning bylaw. Sometimes we approve things, sometimes we don't. It just
From 22 meters to 21, that's not a big difference.
I just want you to know he has reduced it to 21.
Thanks, Ms. Holman. You know, sir, we haven't made any decisions yet, eh?
No.
We're just talking about it. So go easy when you say we've. Okay.
No, but when you look at the factors, like this is a no-brainer. If you follow the rules, you will say no. Then, I'm just saying that.
Okay. I think we have a lot of brains up here personally, but I'm biased. We're going to make some decisions. We're going to hear from some people. But your contention is, if I understand correctly, to boil it all down, you feel that this is too big.
Yeah, it's too long. Yes.
Too long. Yes. Is there any number that would satisfy you if they did want to?
He's legally, he could actually build up to 19 meters. That's it. Right?
Okay.
That's
all
it.
Right. And we are the Committee of Adjustment, so we do allow people to adjust for buildings. But we'll see. We'll see. We haven't decided yet. Okay, sit tight and let's hear from the owner applicant. Go ahead, Mr. Applicant. You've heard this gentleman's concern.
Through the chair, there was someone that was registered to speak, Hong Wang, but that person is not signed in right now. Is that correct?
Deputy Treasurer,
Chair, that is correct.
is that person that was online, was that any affiliation with this gentleman? I thought so. So that's why this gentleman's speaking here. Okay.
Through the chair, thank you for that clarification.
No
I
problem.
recall that. Sorry about
It
that.
was just a gut feeling, but who knows? Applicant, can we hear from you, please?
Feet more, 22.53, then reduced to 22.13. Now finally, the technician suggested a maximum of 21 meters. I said I was planning to build two bedrooms each level, but I won't be able to make it. I said yes, go ahead, we will make at least one bedroom with the allowed size of 21 meters depth and length. So I'm okay with that. So I don't know. I'm sorry, whatever allowed, I will abide by that. We were told to make it to 21 meters, so we did finally. So whatever suggested by the application technician, we changed back and forth. Yeah, finally, we made it to 21 meters.
Okay, sir. Mr. Khan has a question for you. Stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir. My question is that this gentleman, Mr. Dominique, is adding two-story on the rear and with the alteration. Now, having two-story will probably bring the concern of a privacy of the neighbors, as well as converting into a duplex will be increased parking. So how do you address or have you spoken to your neighbors about all these things?
No, we have spoken to neighbors. I work with my agent. He said we had work with the city, so he's been doing the work. So sorry, I didn't speak to them. But with the poster, we posted the sign more than 10 days ago there. So that's what we did. But we didn't personally speak to the neighbors. And also we have right now we can park 2 cars right now. We should be able to make 1 if that works. I will apply for that. I'll make it to 3 parkings, or park the other car on the street. So we have enough space, long yard of a property, and also it won't interrupt any of the privacy of the neighbors. Right? They are way behind, way front of the our thing. They will be focused to the very behind of the backyard only. I don't think it will affect any privacy of my neighbors.
Sir, you should have spoken to the neighbors before. Now, in front of us, the committee, planning committee is approving. And let us say we approve now. So you will be speaking to the neighbors after the approval. You should have spoken before, because I am raising their concern on their behalf. I could see the privacy will be a little bit concerned. And also the parking now, I don't know what to make of it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. It's breaking. Your voice was breaking. I didn't hear most of the stuff you said, Mr. Khan.
Sir, I was saying that you did not speak to the neighbors. It's late now.
I spoke to the neighbor, the other side of the neighbors, friendly, a while ago, but not lately. So, and also I'm not applying for a very long thing. I was expecting about 25 feet or something long, but this works out to only 14 feet, reduced to 14 feet of the extension at the back. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, sir, stand by. I'm going to pass the mic to Mr. Howe, but I will make something very clear to you and everybody here and everybody online. It always serves any applicant well to talk to their neighbors before they come here. This committee appreciates and looks favorably on people that discuss these adjustments with their neighbors. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the applicant, can you advise, are you building any balconies in the rear yard?
No, only on the what is called the altar, the balcony at the front only, not in the backyard. For sure, no balcony.
Okay, thank you. And are there any windows on the additions? On the second floor?
Windows facing the backyard only.
Not on the side of the buildings?
No, not on the side, because only 1 bedroom. I can make only 1 bedroom, so I don't need windows on the sides.
Thank you. Are you willing to put some sort of frosted glass or screenings on the window to protect privacy issues? Because that's the concern we have heard.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
We can do that. Yes, no problem. We can do that. If that works, yes, we will do for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Deputy Treasurer, if we were to do that, that would just be added to as a... Go ahead, sir.
Should the committee wish to add that condition, just be very clear for the number, like all windows and the elevations in which you would like to impose that, for which windows, which floors, and also whether you want opaque, frosted, translucent, transparent.
Good point, Deputy Treasurer. There's many versions of opaque and some other things when we talk about translucent, and et cetera. Just for the purposes, sir, I'm not going to address you to speak, but I'm going to let you know that this committee has heard you and your family about privacy. We've also understood from the paperwork we have from the city departments that there's no objection from city departments. And I will say on a personal note, my personal note, The numbers are not out of whack for me in this application for an enlargement, especially when we're just going from 19 to 21, as the applicant amended today at 21. So I'm just saying that because as I wanted you to understand where my thinking is, since you had a lot to say as you were at the podium, I think Ms. Ullman's also been looking at the different windows here with the applicant. We're going to talk to him now and find out what windows we're going to put privacy on, okay? Okay.
Hi, sir. I'm just looking at your floor plans. So with this shrinking down to 21 meters, for example, I believe it's on the main floor, you have the 2 bedrooms at the back. Are you just going to shrink those down and keep the 2 windows? And then on the second floor, how are you going to deal with that? Because it looks like you have, it's a walk-in closet. So how are you, because right now there's only 1 window showing, and I think I heard you say are you gonna take away the window, or what are you gonna do? How are you gonna deal with the shrinkage so that we can put the proper condition on for the windows?
Yeah. Originally, we were planning to make 2 bedrooms, then that both rooms will have windows, will need windows. Since we are going to put with only 14 feet, we can make only 1 bedroom, so that the windows will go on the south or the west side, facing the backyard only. So the closets and every closets and the laundry and everything will be inside. So we would not need the windows on both sides.
Okay, so then if we were the condition that frosted windows on the west side, on all floors, does that cover it properly then? Did you say south or west? I thought you said south but changed it to west, so I just want to make sure. So the ones it's facing the back, right? The rear. So is it the west or the south side then? Just
west facing west.
Okay.
The backyard.
So the condition then would be to have frosted windows on all floors facing the west side. Is that okay?
That will get the sunlight through that. I will check. Otherwise, we will not go. If that doesn't work, that is not going to help with the adequate sunshine. So we will not go. That is the condition. I'm not engineer. I'm not very expert on that, and also my agent is not present. So you may want to add that condition. So
okay, or I can defer to my colleague, Mr. Ho, or who mentioned this, or maybe just on the second floor. I'm not sure what you're thinking. So let me just ask him.
My view is that on the second floor will be sufficient. I can't see with the fence in sight and how first floor windows would create all that much privacy issues. Considering there are plants also and fences and blocking the view, so I think second. Yeah. I think frosted would be a good choice. It allows sunlight into the room, but prevents a direct clear view out of the window. So that would be my position.
Chair?
Okay, sir, so just let me finish with the window for a second. So it's going to be a condition then, if we choose to approve this, we would put in a condition for frosted glass on the west side second floor window. Is that okay then, sir? And then the main floor would be just regular glass.
Okay.
Okay?
Go ahead, Ms.
If that's the only thing will help me adding extension. So I will have to go for it, right? So,
Sir, 1 second, Ms. McCauley.
Okay. I'd like to point out that the window that we're talking about is into the backyard. There would be no overlook to either the properties to the east or the west, presumably. It's a second floor. You would normally have a window on the second floor, and this only affects the backyard.
exactly.
So it's not a big privacy issue.
That's what I thought, Ms. Macaulay. That's what I thought. There's no privacy because it's facing only to the west side, the backyard only. So I'm not sure.
So what's your address again? Your parents' address?
12, BROWNSPRING.
Can I just say, Ms. Macaulay, I understand what you're saying. However, we have somebody here who's expressed, they have concerns about the length, the privacy issues when they're in their backyard. And I think that Mr. Hu and myself were just trying to, mitigate it in some way right now to help out. So,
I don't object to what you're doing. I'm just pointing out, are we not going a little bit overboard in concerning about privacy, especially since what we're talking about is a second floor into a backyard where the properties on east and west are not having any windows.
Well, I'll weigh in here at this point. We at this point have everybody on the same page trying to make it work, and we also see that the gentleman and his family spoke about privacy. It doesn't speak maybe to their privacy directly, but we do have an applicant, if I heard correctly, that said, yes, I will frost my second-story window without any ill will or effect. So if we could just work from that point that he's willing to do it, this gentleman came.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
He's willing to do it.
Okay. So, Mr.
Can I add?
Hold on a second,
Excuse me,
sir.
Can I add something?
Yeah, just hold on. Thanks, Ms. Macaulay. Thanks, Ms. Ullman. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this are already open, widely open already. So we can see already without the extension, everything open, fully open both sides already. I don't know where the privacy issues come up. So it's already open both sides, and I'm not sure what the real concern is. So.
okay, from my perspective, it's number 12, it's next door. The house is going to extend further into the backyard, which still leaves a good section of their backyard for people to potentially have overlook. Sorry. Now, if they will or won't, it's hard to say. Would like to hope nobody's going to stand at their bedroom window all day and watch what the neighbors are doing. But if it makes them more comfortable, then that's what I would like to go with. And I think my colleague, Mr. Hu, feels the same way. So I think we're going to, certainly myself, I would want that condition in there.
Okay, sir. So are we confirmed then you're okay with frosted glass on the second floor?
Any other way, I will prefer not with the frosted glass, so that way we have enough view to the backyard, to our own backyard, and this much better without the frosted glass. But again, I will see if that I will put up the extension or leave it, right? So that is a requirement. So we have to go for it. So I will talk to the the contractor, and if that works, and I'll go for it. So
we go ahead, Mr. Howe.
that is city decision.
So applicant, to help you out here, are you willing to consider half frosted glass? So the top portion of it will be frosted, and the bottom portion would be clear glass.
Yes, please. Yes, I agree, and I will see if that.
The other way around. Sorry.
Yeah, completely. I will ignore. You may place the condition. I completely ignore the addition if it doesn't help with the sunshine and everything. But yes, for the ground level will be regular glass, and the second floor is a frosted one.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your remarks. Thank you all on the committee. And I'm going to now put us in committee, so no more comments or questions. Clearly, the great debate over frosted glass has come to an end, and we need to make a decision. I am going to suggest I'm going to approve the application as long as there is frosted glass on the second floor. And at this point, I look to my colleagues to put forth a motion either way.
Okay, I'm going to put
Go ahead.
forward the motion if that's okay. So it would be to approve the application as amended, which is to change the variances to read 21 meters, with a condition for frosted glass on the second floor west side window, frosted glass, and I see this in the UK a lot, where the frosted only goes up to like site level, and then the rest of it is regular glass. So that's what Mr. Who was trying to explain to you. So that's my condition. I don't know how you word it, but it's halfway up is frosted, and then it's clear above that.
Through the chair, approve as amended, subject to the owner installing frosted glass on the bottom half of the second floor windows along the west elevation.
Correct, yeah, that
Yes.
sounds good.
I think it'll be, I'm not sure if Toronto Buildings is going to be able to clear that without, but I understand the intent.
I think they
understand the
should
intent.
try, like in London, in the UK, it's almost on every.
But no one is clear, like the Toronto Buildings is responsible for clearing this condition. It's not going to be reviewed by any staff aside from Toronto Buildings.
Well, that's fine, hopefully they'll do it.
Okay.
I think they'll get more and more requests for that.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have the motion from Ms. Ullman. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion.
And it's seconded by Mr. Howe. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved. Thank you, sir. New business, item 27, 339 Rouge Hills Drive, Toronto. Application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, rear ground floor deck, and rear second-story balcony. The existing one-story detached dwelling will be demolished. Also to construct a new oversized driveway on the east side of the lot. There is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, requested variances, and we have conditions of approval from community planning, urban forestry, and there is an amended application to eliminate variance number 8. Is there any speakers here on that matter outside of the agent? And nobody's online, correct? No. Okay. Mr. Agent, your first and last name and your address again, please.
Through the chair, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Patrick McAuliffe, agent for the owner.
Go ahead.
There is a technical amendment for this application. Since the applicant eliminated variance number 8, which related to a balcony, which is on the screen right now, the purpose of the application, we will eliminate the reference to the rear second-story balcony under the purpose for the hearing, and should the committee and the notice of decision will reflect this technical amendment as well.
Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. You did mention that to me earlier, so thank you again. Okay, sir. Does this committee wish a presentation or have any questions? We do not. Oh, Mr. Khan, go ahead, please.
You want a presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. My question is related to, there are 8 variances and 8th is cancelled. I was just looking at this front wall dwelling setback, 10.06 from front line. Required is 14.38. And variance number 7, vehicle entrance through main wall, front wall width 610. Now the short wall and long width, has it been checked structurally that it can be allowed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Just give us a second.
Yep.
With respect to the setback at the front,
Yes.
with respect to the, if I understand correctly, Mr. Khan's point of view here, it's kind of technical, and I'm coping myself with the technical details. It involves a short wall, long wall of access of the driveway. What the setback and how those numbers work, how is that happening?
Well, in order to build a new house here, we have to keep 10 meters back from the top of the valley, okay? And based on that 10 meters, as you can see on the site plan, to move the house further forward. That's why we're 10 meters back from the front property line. In order to build a new house here, we must be 10 meters back from the top of the valley. So in order to build a half-decent house, that's forcing us to move the house forward. We've moved it forward, so that's 10 meters from the front property line.
And that's why you asked for the variance?
Yes. And as a result of that, that's 4, 5, and 6. Items number 4, 5, and 6 are all related to that.
Thank you for your indulgence, everyone. The minimum is 14. You're asking for the 10.
Yes.
And you're saying it's in regards to making this work for?
The 10-meter setback that TRCA will be asking for.
There's what I was looking for.
Right.
The TRCA has asked for it. That's why he's got to go that route. Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
TRCA is asking for deferral of this application, and if not, a refusal, so, yeah.
We are working with the TRCA.
Right.
In fact, they're drilling holes tomorrow, I believe. And the point here is that we will do whatever the TRCA is recommending. But if we wait for them first, that means we have to wait 2 months to get back to here again. So we want to get this settled first, and then we will deal with exactly what TRCA wants.
Right, it's not that I don't believe what you're saying, it's
We
just
won't have
that
any
they're
choice.
basically asking us to not approve anything until they complete the living city policies, you know, with respect to their permit issuing. So I'm just wondering, I don't know how fast staff can get it back on, or do you have any idea when TRCA is going to have a report ready that
Well-
is either going to clear you or not? Because, I mean, we're always quite cognizant of
The owner would like to
cetera.
have a comment on this.
Yeah.
This is Jeremy Barkett.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Barkich. Currently, I reside at 400 Rouge Hills, and we're currently looking to move to 339 Rouge Hills. I've spoken with Megan Cranfield at TRCA several times. She said this is a standard form that they have to send to Committee of Adjustment if they're not satisfied at the time of the Committee of Adjustment. TRCA asked for 6 items. They've been given 5, and we're currently working with them on their 6th. The 6th is the geotechnical study for the hill. She said that takes 3 weeks to come in. They're drilling tomorrow for that study. They said they'll have it in 2 weeks. TRCA said once we have this, we will issue your permit within 1 week. So 3 weeks prior to us even being able to apply for a building permit. If you folks go ahead and approve us today for these items, we won't even be able to apply for a permit until we have TRCA approval. And she said, worst case scenario, we would have to move the house to 12-meter setback from the top of bank in the rear yard instead of the 10. So if we have to do that, we would amend the drawings to accommodate that 12. We would not change the front yards, so nothing that we're asking for in the front would change. It's just what would happen in the rear yard for TRCA. So we're willing to work with TRCA, and she said she understands that. And she's also told me that the committee sometimes in the past has gone ahead with the condition that we cannot get a building permit until TRCA has been satisfied. So we agreed with Megan on that point.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. Ms. Ullman, did you? Oh, Mr. Howe, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. But if TRCA requires changes to your building, wouldn't you then have to come back to Committee of Adjustment and pay the fee again? Wouldn't that just...
Thank you, Mr. Houghton. No, we wouldn't, because we wouldn't change anything else on that we're asking for. We wouldn't come forward again. We would still maintain the 10 meters that we're asking for. And there's nothing else that we would, and the front porch and the driveway width, that would all stay the same. We would just shrink the house at the rear and pull it forward more just to accommodate whatever TRCA requires.
Thank you. So in other words, you don't think TRCA's review would ultimately change what you're requiring here?
That's correct. So the geotechnical firm that we hired said, you're not going to have to change anything. Right now, it's the house is currently at 4.2 meters to the top of bank, and we're almost tripling it to 12 meters to top of bank. He seems to think we would be fine at 8 meters, but we don't even want to do that because TRCA's minimum is 10 meters. So we said, we're going to make this triple the space that's currently there and make it 12 meters. So that way everybody should be happy with that. We're trying to still maintain the TRCA's conservation, the trees, the bushes. We love that. That's why we've bought this property. We don't want to have a problem with TRCA. We want to work with them, and we're willing to do that.
Okay.
These issues are all just for the front yard issues and the overall height of the front wall. So these wouldn't have to come back to committee for any reason if we get these points. And we totally understand and would work with TRCA before we can apply for our permits.
Sounds good. Well, I'll take your word for it.
I believe you. I just keep reading this paragraph here that it says we may require relocation and or size reduction of the two-story detached replacement dwelling and accessory structures, and these changes would impact the requested variances under the minor variance application, right?
And again, madam, there are no accessory structures on this property, and there will not be. We're not asking for any. So she said this is a standard form letter that they have to submit to you. That's what Megan Cranfield, the person who submitted it to you, had told me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCauley, I'm just looking at you because sometimes I think you bring some experience to the conversation.
I am just looking at this. I noticed that this application was done by way of a waiver. So it hasn't been vetted through the building department. I believe that you do want to proceed and you want to proceed properly, but there may be other issues in this that haven't been identified. It's your choice, sir. The problem comes, if we approve it, the staff are recommending that it be approved in accordance with the existing drawing. If you have to make a change, that means you're going to have to come back. Or you won't come back, that's fine with us. We don't really necessarily need to see you if you don't want to come back.
Yep.
But you won't be, the proposal is to build in accordance with this existing drawing. I can understand that TRCA has some concerns, but I don't see that if TRCA is saying you need to move the building forward, then you're going to need to make some changes to the building, including the setback from the road.
So that's correct. So we did go to building, we did go for a zoning review, and we've made these drawings based on the zoning review. We've made some changes to what the original findings were from the zoning review. That's why we did the waiver. So we do take full responsibility. If we'll still go back for zoning again once TRCA and we've had committee adjustments, approvals, hopefully approvals, and we take full responsibility. We will make the house smaller, not ask to come forward again, not to do any of the other setbacks, just these points, and we'll shrink the house to accommodate TRCA and City of Toronto building.
Thanks, Ms. McCauley. Thank you, sir. I'm always concerned with waivers. Sometimes I feel that I feel that things are rushed. The details are being missed. That's my concern. I have no issues with the agent. I want you to know this is a very experienced agent. He comes before us quite a bit. I believe him when he tells me things. I'm just struggling to approve this. Does anybody else have anything to say? Go ahead, Ms. Wong.
I would be more inclined to go with the deferral, and can I just ask Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, what's the earliest agenda you can get it back on, assuming the TRCA report gets done quickly?
The earliest would be that we're scheduling for right now is the September hearing.
Okay.
Folks, it may not be what you want to hear, but at least it's honest. That's our opinion. So what do you want to do? You want to roll the dice, or you want us to defer this?
We have done this waiver based on the original zoning review. We are happy that we have picked up everything on the review. Sorry, we're happy that we have every issue covered that we wish to in building of this house. If you want to approve this based on our approval from the TRCA, that's fine. We'll happy with that.
Okay. I hear you're satisfied. The problem is we're not. That's the problem. So if we're not satisfied, I'm not sure there's anything else I'm offering from my point of view, which is deferral or roll the dice. And I'm not thinking that's a great idea.
Okay, we will have to defer then.
And I'm sorry, folks. Sometimes it doesn't happen the way you want it to, but this isn't sitting right with me. We'll see what the committee says. We're going to go into committee now. Maybe I'm going to be wrong, but I feel that this is a good option. Guys, we're in committee. So I'm thinking we should defer the matter for all the reasons that Ms. McCauley's sort of alluded to. Ms. Ullman has, Mr. Howe's asked some questions, and I know Mr. Khan is concerned. I'm concerned. Would somebody like to put forth a motion? Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and like I'm really sympathetic. I believe that you've talked, but it would have perhaps been nice if you could have had TRCA send an email to kind of let us know where things were at. Maybe I could have looked at it differently, but as it stands with what's before me, I really I would like to move a motion to defer the application and to bring it back to the September agenda, assuming that by then you'll have the proper report from TRCA.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. Is it defer at the request of the applicant to address TRCA issues?
Sure. It's the applicant has agreed to a deferral to address the TRCA issues as outlined in their report, and they also strongly suggested a deferral. And if it could be brought back to the September agenda, that would be great, assuming that you have the proper reports by then.
We will indicate to to the next available, like all of our deferrals, to the next available hearing.
Okay, so the sooner you get TRCA to get their ducks in order and the right report, then it'll get put on, they'll put it on to the agenda that they can put it on. Okay, so that's my motion to defer.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I support that motion. I reread what the TRCA said, and they're recommending deferral. If we don't do deferral, their recommendation is refusal. That's a pretty strong recommendation from TRCA. So yes, I'm prepared to second the motion for a deferral.
Motion moved by Ms. Ullman to defer this matter, seconded by Ms. McCauley, pardon me. I was thinking about the deferral to have TRCA confirm a few things. Motion seconded by Ms. McCauley. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The motion is deferred. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks, new business. Item 28. 42 Donalda Crescent, Toronto. Application to construct a new one-story rear yard garden suite. There are no alterations proposed for the existing two-story dwelling. We have, for this matter, written correspondence, 3 letters. The letters of objection is 3, and then 1 letter also in the supplemental agenda. We have 2 registered speakers and conditions from Community Planning and Urban Forestry. Are the 2 speakers in the audience, or you're one of the speakers? Okay. Do we know where the second speaker is?
Through the chair, the second speaker was supposed to be online, but Bradley Richards is no longer available.
Okay, very good. So if you could make your way down, and you're just going to wait until we hear from the applicant or the agent, but you'll at least be in the queue, ma'am. And the agent or applicant, if we could speak to them online, please.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can, sir. Can you give us your first and last name, your address, and your title?
Yes, my name is Peter Chi, C-H-E-E, 16 High Street, Etobicoke, M8Y3N8. I'm the authorized agent and also the land use planner for the owners, Mr. and Mrs. Behrens. They are the owners which have been there since 2013. And what we're seeking for is two variances. One of them relates to the height of the building, and the other one relates to the coverage. If I may go on to the first variance, the height of the building, if you look at the
Well,
floor
sir,
plans-
I'm gonna cut you off right there for a minute. I'm not sure we need a presentation, so let me ask the committee members, does anybody need a presentation? Sir, we understand the materials you supplied. They were very detailed and they were very supportive of your position. But we do owe it to hear from this speaker before us. And then I think we'll have some questions for you because you're going to get a chance to speak to whatever this person's comments are. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Madam, if you could give us your first and last name and your address?
My name is Donna LaRush, and I live at 43 Agincourt Drive.
Fantastic. Are you for or against this application?
I'm opposed.
You're opposed. Can you have up to 5 minutes? You don't have to use it all, but can you give us a very concise, to the point, why you're opposed to this? Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for inviting me today. I received the notice June 18th, and I want to thank the entire committee. As I mentioned, my name is Donna LaRush. I live at 43 Agincourt, and that is on the drawing of the location. So I'm directly diagonal, west, south. So if you take the south, yeah, that's me. Okay, thank you. You've done this before. I haven't. Anyway, my background is fire department. I just retired from Toronto Fire. So when I bought my house in November of '89, and illegal basement apartments were illegal then. And I spent my career enforcing them. And I know that they were complaints driven. You know, there had to be a neighbor complaint. And I want to assure you that this is not a neighbor complaint. My neighbors are fantastic. I like them. I respect them. I admire them. And they did speak to me about this before the notice was given, and we have communicated back and forth. So this is not a neighbor dispute. Again, I admire my neighbors, but I am opposed to this because I've lived there since 1989, and this is going to have a huge impact on my house. And I bought in a community that was safe, and I feel that this is going to, anyway, I'm going to get back to my presentation. So sorry for digressing. I'm sorry. So the Agincourt community is a really special community. It's historical, it's old, it's got old infrastructure, the sewer. It wasn't zoned for multifamily complexes on a single property dwelling. It just wasn't zoned that way, right? Right now, something I forgot, I'm sorry, I digress. On the notice that I got, when it says purpose of application, there's no mention of the detached garage, and there's no mention of the demolition of the barn that exists. So there's a barn there now that was grandfathered in. It was probably built in the 1800s. And like I said, there's no mention in this application of the demolition of that barn. That barn doesn't have sewage, doesn't have water. It wasn't built for people. It was built for horses, right, in the 1800s. Okay, I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Okay, so the significance of the Agincourt community, it's a really, really special place, and it's where I call home. So it's my understanding that the maximum permitted height is 6 meters. This proposed accelerated building will have a height of 7.2 meters. That's 20% higher than what's allowed. I don't consider that to be minor. A new 6-meter structure will have a huge impact in this new location proposed, and sure, it's going to have a huge impact on me, but I think it's going to have a huge impact on the whole community because the aging court community is just so unique. So the purpose of the application is for a one-story rear yard dwelling. The proposal is for a dwelling higher than 2 stories. It's 78.3% higher than what's allowed. That, again, I don't see that as a minor variance. That's 78.3% higher than what it's allowed. So anyway, okay, I talked about the barn and the official plan. So for this application, a zoning review waiver was signed in May 22nd, 2025. It's my understanding from talking with Eric that the signing of this zoning review waiver, this proposal is not reviewed for compliance by bylaws. So by signing that waiver, this hasn't been approved by all of the other departments within the City of Toronto. They've just kind of circumvented that. So the maximum lot coverage of an auxiliary building is 60 meters square. This proposed auxiliary building will have a coverage floor area of 106 point, oh, sorry, I'm repeating myself, sorry. How's my time? Oh, dears. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I believe that this is not a minor variance. I believe that Aging Court is one of the nicest areas in Scarborough. There's no mention of the detached garage. When this property will be sold, there'll be an opportunity for 2 unfinished basements to be converted into family units. That's too many families on a single property. The general intent and purpose of the official plan was not for multi-families to live on residence.
Donna?
I know.
No, don't think of it that way. I think clearly, let me just highlight what I think you're saying. This is a unique community that you've made your home in since 1989. You're concerned about the implications of this garden suite being disruptive to the peaceable and tranquil environment that you're used to. You're also concerned about the infrastructure supporting such an extra structure. And you're also concerned, if I heard correctly, about certain allowances that this application's asking for in terms of height and other variances.
And just one thing that I didn't get mentioned is that it's rented out as an Airbnb, which is really concerning. It's not what our community is about.
Okay, because you're afraid of people coming and going.
Safety.
Heard what the speakers had to say. Actually, let me just check in. Is there, again, nobody other speakers? Oh, I apologize. Donna, go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, my simple question is, you mentioned, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Madam, you said it's a special community. Okay, I realize must be a special community. But tell me, is there any ancillary garden suite in that area?
So across the street from me, I live on Aging Court. The south side of the west side of Aging Court backs onto the GO train tracks. And the GO train, those people have 300-foot frontages. And there was, I don't know whether they call it a laneway suite, I don't know what it's called, but there was something built there on a 300-foot property.
So it's only one example that you have.
That's all that I know of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Donna. Let's go back to the applicant agent now. Please respond to Ms. Rush's concerns.
Yes. If you look at the floor plan, on the first matter, which is the height, if you go to the elevation, I'm taking from the planning report, which is actually page 5 of the planning report. Scroll down there. It's only the peak that is exceeding the 6 meters. The majority of the roof is actually lower than the 6 meters. It's just the fact that my client wanted a story and a half to give the cottagey feel, rather than a lot of people would put a flat roof on, which would mean that it's more industrial looking and they want to get away from that feel. Okay. So that's why the additional height came in, was because of that peak. It's the next, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there, yeah. Go back, back one. This is the one I'm talking about, that where there's a just a peak that is actually exceeding the 6 meters. It's the fact that, because normally what a lot of builders would do, they would go right up to the outside walls, go straight up 6 meters, cut across and go down 6 meters, which would give it a monolithic look. But my client wanted the cottagey look, which basically is a story and a half, and that's why the height was actually exceeding. But the impact to the neighbors, if my client went with the zoning bylaw, would be greater than what it is now. So in other words, there's less impact to them because the roof, where it exceeded the 6 meters, is further away from their property. If you go back to the, go back down to, I think it's the 4th or 5th page down, that would explain the gross floor, the coverage. Don't know whether we bring it down.
Is the person working the visuals able to move with this applicant's request? Thank you.
Oh, go down. No, go up, go up, go up. Sorry. My directions are bad. Keep going up a bit. One couple more. Okay, right there. Where I sort of clouded, okay, because my client wanted a front porch, which gives it the cottagey feeling. And the fact that they love the garden, they want to have a rear walkout, and they wanted, instead of having snow and everything piled down there, they wanted the roof. If we deduct these two, the actual coverage is 87.55, so which is not the 106 in reality. But I sort of direct the committee's attention to the official plan, 670E, which talks about allowing exceedance to the 60 square meters, provided that there's meeting certain tests, such as privacy. We ensure that most of the principal rooms, such as the bedroom, living room, is not facing the neighbors, okay? And the fact that it's going to, the majority of the rear yard is going to be grass. Right now, the calculation is we have 65% is going to be landscaping, soft landscaping. That's also deducting walkways, covered porches, everything, right? So we meet that condition. Then the location, okay, of the garden suite is to preserve healthy trees. We're working with urban forestry. We have a arborist report saying that the 2 trees where the garden suite has been allocated is in decline. And that's already been reviewed by urban forestry. So I know they put a condition in, we're willing to accept the condition. Then the interior floor area of the gross floor of the garden suite must be less than the gross floor area of the residential building. And we did the calculations on the existing lot. It's a detached 2.5-story single dwelling. That square footage of that one, not talking about interior area and all this, but basically strictly by the zoning bylaw, we have 214 square meters versus 200. So we meet all these criteria. In addition,
Mr. Cho, Mr. Cho, I'm going to have to cut you off there, sir.
Sure.
But I think you've made a very good case. If I heard you correctly, you're saying that the increase in massing or density of this development is partially due to a peaked roof giving the appearance of height, and also a cottagey effect, and also the fact that there is a front porch.
Right.
Okay. At this point, we don't afford any more rebuttals. I don't think we have any more speakers, and I think at this point, we're armed with a lot of information plus the materials that we've been reviewing before we came here today. So we're going to go into committee now, folks, and I'm going to lead the way by making a few comments. There's a lot of unique and beautiful neighborhoods in our city that's been around since it was called Muddy York in the 1800s. Change is part of that, I guess, inevitable growth of any city, and it's certainly part of Toronto, but we try to balance that here at the Committee of Adjustment with all aspects and views. I'm not concerned for this application for the simple reason that I find the numbers are not wildly significant for what is being requested. I think the lot is positioned and also sizable that it could accommodate it. I appreciate there's an attention to detail here to give it, to quote one of the speakers, sort of a cottagey effect. I also would note that in terms of safety, the city, we want people to feel safe. We want people, more importantly, to be safe. But perception and reality are sometimes separate things. And people coming in and out of our city and our neighborhoods specifically does not inherently make it unsafe. I know many neighborhoods in different communities have many visitors, and we just don't know who's coming and going, and they're reasonably safe neighborhoods. So that's my 2 cents. I'm not concerned about the application, although I did hear from Ms. Rush, and I take her concerns very seriously. I just don't agree with them. Does anybody else want to make a comment or ask a statement? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
I'm reviewing the plans here in light of what I heard. I looked at the garden suite, and that's what is before us. And I understand what the applicant is saying regarding the garden suite. The existing dwelling, given the comments from the neighbor, is there a proposal? I would like to ask the applicant if they're proposing to change the existing dwelling. They don't need to any variances, but she was kind of saying it's run down and it's no.
Run down. It's not. It's in very good condition.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you're saying. So the existing dwelling is in good shape.
Yeah, they're great
Okay.
neighbors. They keep good
Okay.
care of their property.
All right. Let me take all of that back. Thank you.
Applications are unique, Ms. Rush, and please don't discern from my comments that I take away from your concerns. I believe in you, and I thank you for your services in the fire department. I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm working within the parameters that I feel are fair and reasonable and proportional. I guess that's the best word I can use, proportional. So that's my view on it. Mr. Howe, do you have anything to add? Either way.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it's a long day. I'm okay with the lot coverage. I think it's a big lot, and what's been proposed, it's fair. However, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around the height. It's about 20% more, not significant, but not insignificant. And the purpose, as we heard, for this height is for aesthetic reasons. In other words, it's not a necessity, right? I just can't see myself approving this on that ground, right? This is not, I don't see how, if we open this precedent, right, not out of necessity, but out of aesthetic pleasures, wouldn't this, go contrary to what's the Planning Act, right? Whether, anyways, I have problem with the height.
It's a great comment. My only counter to that is that the various departments didn't object. So I was just leaning heavily on their expertise or their familiarity with this day in, day out, and I'm here to approve things and not approve things or defer them. But I was relying on them to say if they felt it was out of whack, and they didn't seem to indicate that. If you're suggesting that we go back to the applicant, we can obviously come out of committee and do that and see if he's willing to look at a height variance. Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
I was just going to comment. I mean, there is a bit of a, if you look at the second floor, it's labeled loft area, so I'm not sure. I know he said it, I think if I understood correctly, it's just that peak point, so I think he needs some height for the bedroom and the loft up there. So I'm not sure how much he could reduce it to still have appropriate height for the bedroom and the loft. So, I mean, if you want to ask him, you can, but I think that's what the height's required for. So it's up to you, Mr. Chair, if you want to ask him if he can reduce it at all.
Okay, if nobody on committee objects to what I'm going to do, we're going to step out of committee. Committee's over. Sir, Mr. Cho, can you tell us if you are willing or can amend the height of this a bit?
We could architecturally, because actually a lot of places in Mississauga, what they do, they just lop off the top and they look like a barn, which is really ugly, right? I've seen them. I've seen a lot of builders do like that and put a little flat roof on top, and they look really terrible. It's just a matter to say, does the committee want to encourage that? It's not as if we were building 6 meters straight up in a square box like a lot of homes are built today. We're having something with some sort of texture.
Mr. Cho, let me interject, and I apologize, but I'm trying to be efficient here. What's the internal height for the loft? Floor to ceiling inside the loft?
Right now it's about 8'6". But the thing is that don't forget with the insulation and everything else, I could lop it off, but
Thank you, Chair. So the applicant, can you tell us what's the height for that little triangle, the unique triangle?
it's about 1 meter, something like that, give or take.
Oh, is that really okay?
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, it's just the fact that because it's a peak, right?
Okay.
The peak goes up. If I change it like some builders do, change the slope, it looks like more like a varnish, right? And which sort of takes away what we're trying to do. Especially, don't forget, the Barron's going to be, it's their home. They want to live there, and they want something pleasant to look at, right?
Okay, I think I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I see the condition is built in accordance with all elevations in the site plan. So what we see is what we get, we hope.
Okay, thank you for everybody's patience and cooperation to try to mediate that. And Mr. Howe, I think I'm going to ask you, if we go into committee now, do you want to put forth a motion? And if not, I can turn to somebody else.
Perhaps someone else could.
Okay, Ms. Holman.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that, we've had reasonable explanations. Again, I understand the concerns from the resident. The back, there do appear to be trees and things behind, which I think will mitigate it. I know it's a change and we're facing change throughout the city. I think all of us are seeing it, especially those of us like myself and several other people on the panel who've been in our homes for a very long time. Sometimes, we just have to accept what's happening. The city does want to see these kind of builds. I will say I do like the design personally versus the boxes. So I'm okay with these variances. So I would move approval, including the conditions in the planning report dated July 2nd, forestry condition number 2. Metrolinx has a condition, and I believe that's it because again, I think it meets the 4 tests and fits within the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Holman, who's moved to approve this application. Ms. McCauley?
I will second that.
Seconded by Ms. McCauley. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application is approved. Thank you. Okay, item 29, 475 BRIMORTON Drive, Toronto. application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by replacing the existing front covered porch and constructing a full second-story addition, a partial side east two-story addition, a rear two-story addition, and a front second-story balcony. The existing ground floor deck will be demolished. Note, this revised public hearing notice is being issued to correctly identify the purpose of the application and requested variances, of which I'm looking at 4 variances. There is conditions of community planning, and there's no correspondence, and there's no objections, and there's no support. Do we have anybody in the audience for this matter? No. Can we speak to the agent or applicant if they're online?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Committee of Adjustment. My name is Kruti Shah from ROUGE Solutions. I'm representing this application on behalf of my client for 475 Brimontone Drive. My address is 4 Abacus Road, Unit 12, Brampton. We have we are doing the extension of the house, and that's why we have applied for the 4 variants for this property. First one is lot coverage. The maximum lot coverage allowed is 33%. Rather, we are proposing 36.55%. We have a building length allowed 17 meter. We are proposing 18.33 meter. The floor area allowed, like index 0.6, we have proposed 0.63. The height allowed is 7 meter. We are proposing 7.38 meter.
Very good. I'm going to stop you right there, only because we have your complete and comprehensive package, and I'm going to canvass this committee. Do we need a presentation? We do not need a presentation, but we may have some questions, and no, we don't. You have a question, Mr. Khan? Okay. Okay. Are you satisfied if we go into committee and make a decision on this? Agent, are you there?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Sit tight. Let us go and do our business. Okay, folks, we're in committee. Mr. Khan, do you have something you'd like to say? There you go. That's something to say. Go ahead, make it.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, I'm going to make the motion. We have 4 variances in front of us, minor in nature, and they comply with the zoning bylaws. Therefore, I move this application be approved. And also, it has been approved by the community planners on June 25th, 2025 letter.
We want them to build in accordance?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Through the chair, if they build in accordance, they wouldn't be here.
Thank you, folks. Ms. McCauley, would you like to second that motion?
Yes.
I'll second the motion. Community planning recommendation is that they build in accordance with the plan submitted.
Through the chair, okay. Regarding the community planning condition, not the zoning bylaw.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Because I'm getting tired.
Thank you. This is the end of the day. Be kind to each other. We have a motion by Mr. Khan to approve, and he, for the reasons he stipulated. We have Ms. McCauley seconding it very articulately. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. Sir. Take care.
Okay, new business. We're almost there, folks. Item 30, 1071 Danforth Road, Unit 2, Toronto. This is, I apologize, this is an application to permit a reduction in the number of parking spaces provided on site. There is a letter of objection, no correspondence supporting, just the letter of objection and no speakers outside of, I believe, the applicant agent who may be before us. What's your first and last name, sir?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ali Reza of Vija. You can call me Ali. I am the application agent for.
And your address, sir?
Pardon? The address is 1071 Danforth Avenue Road, Unit number 2.
Your address?
My address.
Business address?
370 Steers Avenue West,
Yeah, it's for the record to identify
That's
you
right.
and that address.
That's right.
Sir, we do have your materials and package. It's quite comprehensive. Just let me canvass this committee if we need you to do a presentation. Can you hold on a sec? Does anybody wish? You would like a brief presentation? Okay. You have up to 5 minutes, but Mr. Khan and I would like a brief presentation. If
Oh,
you
certainly.
prefer that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The unit is located in the plaza. The plaza has some multiple units. So my business owner would like to run a business. So she would like to run a business in dining restaurant. So when we apply for the permit, what we ask for the providing for an adequate number of parking spaces. And we applied for the zoning approval, ZAP. We received an email a letter from the transportation, then there is no objection to number of parking spaces because the unit is located within a public transportation, walkable spaces such as bike lanes and pedestrian infrastructures and multiple bus stations. And also the unit is located between two stations, GO stations and Kennedy subway.
That's very good. For some reason, deja vu all over again. Were you before us before at this committee? It was.
I don't believe.
Okay, I apologize. It was just something that came to my mind, and we'll leave it there. I'm mistaken. Okay, Asif, go ahead, sir.
Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't catch your name, sir.
Oh, my name is Ali, A-L-I.
Thank you kindly. Sir, I have, through the chair, very brief 3 questions. Sir, you're adding unit number 2.
Yes.
Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me this capacity of unit number 2 because it's a restaurant?
That's right. It's less than.
You are deficient in parking.
That's right.
And now you're adding 2. What is the seating capacity of this addition?
It's less than 30 people, Group E.
Who?
Less than 30 people, building classification Group E.
How many seating will be?
Less than 30 people.
Less than 30. So you are already deficient and you will be further deficient, right?
That's right.
How much?
It's 26.
Yes, so altogether you will be deficient about 56 seats you need.
Seats or parking spaces? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that your seating at the moment is 30 seats.
I would like to correct myself. The number of occupant load.
And you have only 22 parking spaces, so 22 and I'm adding 26. So it will be 46. We are talking about deficient.
I think he has miscalculated
Oh.
number of spaces
Okay.
capacity. I was
Okay.
looking at it and it.
I understand. Sir, I'm just summarizing. Adding unit 2 will be further some number further deficient than you have already 22 and you need 48.
You mean parking spaces or occupant load?
Because I'm reading your application, you see, provided parking space is 22, required is 48.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Okay, sir?
Yes.
And now you are adding unit number 2
Oh,
further.
the unit number 2 is existing.
Anyhow, my next question is, has any traffic study been done?
Sorry. Pardon, please? Oh, no. No.
Okay. Has any consultation been done in the neighborhood?
Oh, no,
Thank you.
my pleasure.
Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Okay, I note that transportation doesn't have any concerns, and in their report, they talk about existing share use parking. So, how many spots are you sharing in the parking lot? And then the ones, you have your own designated spots, or is the 22, are they designated to the restaurant? And then in the rest of the plaza, you have access to more spots for the restaurant?
The total required parking spaces is 48 for all units.
Okay.
Available parking spaces is 22.
Are they designated for your restaurant?
No, for the entire plaza.
For the-
For all units.
Okay, and like, is the restaurant open predominantly during business hours, or is it also open in the evening when the other businesses are not open, that you would have
That's
more
right, yeah,
parking available?
that's right.
then?
It's not a takeout restaurant, ma'am. So it's a dining restaurant, less than 30 people, and there wouldn't be traffic or any conflicts for the parking spaces or short of
Okay.
the.
So predominantly it's takeout?
That's right.
For the most part, but you have some extra seats in case somebody,
That's right.
okay.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Holman. I visited the site. I just want to go over, there's already some food facilities in this small plaza.
That's right.
How many? By my count, 3 already.
Yes.
Thank you. If I heard you correctly, technically, a restaurant of your size needs 48 spots, but there's 22 to be shared between all of you.
That's right.
Clear enough. Clear as mud. We got it. The city has clearly said, away from commercial activity, you can actually have different residential units out without any parking. So parking has changed to what it was 20 years ago and required at all opportunities to now we can build things and not have parking. The question I think this committee faces, if I understand correctly from all the questions and answers, is are we satisfied that as a takeout restaurant with 22 parking spots, even though the rules would ask that there'd be 48 for a restaurant your size, you got 22 that presumably are going to have other people using them too at the same time, so it'll even be less than 22. Are we okay with that? That's what you're asking us to approve.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we got it. Let's, I don't think there's any other questions unless somebody has a question.
Excuse me, can I add something?
Sure.
I would like to explain again. The unit is located in a public facilities such as 2 stations on the left-hand side and right-hand side, and there are multiple bus stations. So we can consider this matter as well. Yeah. Thank you.
And there's going to be people that come, sometimes they walk in,
That's right.
Uber come in, I guess get dropped off because okay. Will there be sitting inside dining too or just takeout?
Oh, yes, sitting in there, yes.
Okay.
There are some sittings.
Okay. Yeah, less than there. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Should we go into committee? We're going into committee. Does anybody wish to, I said a lot there. Would you like to, no? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would like to move approval of this application. We have one variance before us. It's about not reducing, but insufficient parking space. I would note this is not a reduction. Emphasize it's not a reduction in parking space. There are existing 22. It's just that the proposed change of use, wouldn't meet with the 48 parking space. So there's actually no reduction of parking space here. I take transportation review's comment here that the plan that was shown has about 18 seats at the restaurant, and there are 22 share spaces provided. And I also take the applicant's comments that there are transit stations nearby, and not everyone will drive to the site to, one, eat in, and two, not everyone will be driving there. So
Yes, sir.
overall, I think the 22 spaces provided will be sufficient for the proposed use, and therefore I move approval of this application. I believe there's no condition being requested, so without any conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Approved by Mr. Howe. Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Ullman. All those in favor? That's 4 for approving the application and 1 opposed. Thank you. You got your application.
Thank you. Good evening.
New business. Item 31, 171 Fallingbrook Road. There are conditions of approval from community planning, written correspondence, a letter of concern, letter of objection, and I understand we have an extra speaker. Is the Fallingbrook file have a speaker present or
Through
online?
the chair, there was a registered speaker, but they are no longer interested to speak. It was Ben Dwangs from 169 Fallingbrook Road.
Thank you so much for that timely information. I will add that this application is alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by replacing the front porch and constructing a full second-story addition, rear two-story addition, and rear ground floor deck. Can we speak to the applicant or agent online?
I'm the applicant. My name is James O'Shea, and my address is the subject address, 171 Fallingbrook Road, Scarborough, M1N2B3.
Thank you for that, Mr. O'Shea. Before you go any further, I'm going to canvass this committee. Based on the materials you've provided us and the level of detail, we may not need a presentation, but let me look to my colleagues. Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Okay, I don't need a presentation, but I do have a question for the applicant, if I may proceed. Okay. In 2019, you came forward with a number of variances, and now you have changed for lot coverage. You got an approval for 43, you now want to go 47. For your FSI, you got approval of 78, you're now wanting to go to 82. Why the changes? What has happened?
So thank you for the question. So we're new owners. So the prior owners were people that purchased the house a few years ago and were going to develop it for sale for profit, and then they abandoned those plans and we purchased it, and it's going to be our family home. So it's a completely fresh design, and I think like in that neighborhood around Kingston Road, it's one of those neighborhoods where there's sort of World War II bungalows that are being developed into this type of house. The structure that we're building, I would say, is quite consistent with kind of what you see in the neighborhood. Both our neighbors to the right and left live in a similar structure. And then in terms of just, I'll make one comment in terms of the variances. All I did in terms of that materials that I prepped is I requested information of like maybe 10 or so houses, and then I just compared those to the variances that we were looking at. It wasn't an exhaustive kind of view of the neighborhood. It was just to get a sense of where this fits. And yeah, and I think like generally what that exercise demonstrated is that it is consistent kind of build with what you see in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful, actually. I didn't realize you were a new owner.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. I will add, Mr. O'Shea, that just reviewing Google Maps, you're clearly sort of the mouse between many lions, and it's very clear that you're one of the last bungalows left in that line. Would I be correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I should have submitted that picture as well, so I appreciate that and you can see that one of them is actually being built at the time of the Google Maps, probably 3 years ago.
Yeah. In fact, you're now the oddity as the small, old wartime bungalow. Okay. Very good, sir. Mr. Khan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, sir. My concern is, and I think you can give me an answer, we have 8 variances. Variance number 2, you are saying FSI, and again you are in variance number 8, you are saying FSI. If you are kind enough to take a look, the allowable in number 2 is 2.204 meters square, and in number 8 you are saying 0.6 lot area, which comes to 213. Now which one should I take?
So the numbers that I quoted, and I actually agree, I sort of saw that inconsistency. I should have sort of investigated it further. The numbers that I took were from, basically what I did was I took um, the review process that the city does, and where it then provided us the variances, and then I basically plotted that out. And so those numbers are directly from the document that was provided to me. And admittedly, I'm representing myself, and so I just took that as sort of factual, and I don't.
Sir, whatever you have taken, sir, I admire that it is your choice, but I am simply requesting you which one is correct, number 2 or number 8.
So if you give me a moment, I will endeavor to pull up
Sure, sure.
the letter from the city. And bear with me because I'm basically searching my email.
Take a moment, Mr. O'Shea, take a moment.
Through the chair, if I may, these are, both variances are required. They're two different sections of the bylaw.
Yeah, that's what I understood as well, and that's why. And I'm trying to find the letter that the city provided. They were. I didn't understand the difference between them. I just saw.
So
that
if you look at on the screen, variance number 2, it's referencing a different section. Even though the requirement is the same, the sections are different, so both need to be varied.
Yeah, I get the sense they're quite related, but they are. Yeah, there's a distinction that I don't fully appreciate.
Okay, sir, it's okay. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that because I was struggling to locate it.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, the deputy treasurer is our living embodiment of the encyclopedia, so we've got the answer. He is excellent. I mean that seriously. Okay, Mr. O'Shea, I think at this point, sir, unless anybody has anything, we're going to go into committee and make a decision. Are you okay with that?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. We have 8 variances in front of us, and staff has recommended that application with condition be approved. So I make this application be approved.
Very good, sir. We have a motion by Mr. Khan to approve. Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
I will second that motion for approval.
And it is second by Ms. McCauley. All those in favor?
Billed in accordance.
Billed in accordance. And that motion is carried and approved. Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. New business, item 32, 43 Plumrose Boulevard. Is anybody here for that? There, come on down, sir. And this is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition and a rear deck. Variances consist of 2. Your first and last name, sir, and your address.
Subramaniam Kadirgamanathan. Address is 2687 Eglinton Avenue East, Scarborough.
Wonderful. Are you the agent or applicant?
Agent.
Very good, sir. Before you go forward, let me canvass this committee based on the materials you've given us, if we even need a presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're good. We do not need a presentation. If we have any questions, can we come back to you? Thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Howe, go ahead. Oh, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that there are 2 variances, minor in nature, and therefore I make my motion that this application be approved.
Mr. Khan has moved based on the minor variances and no objections from facility staff that we approve this. Mr. Howe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion.
And it is seconded by Mr. Howe. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Your application is approved, sir. Have a great day. New business, item 33, 2537 and 2539 Pharmacy Avenue. Anybody there you are. Hi, sir. And this is just let me read it out. This is to permit an eating establishment used on the ground floor of the existing one-story commercial building. There is no objections, there is no support, there is no conditions. Sir, your first and last name and address, please.
I'm Martin Rendell, 35 Delburn Drive, Toronto. I'm the agent.
Thank you, sir. Before you get into any, we're just going to canvass. Does anybody need a presentation from this gentleman? We don't need a presentation, sir. Your materials are pretty comprehensive. So
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go into committee. Oh, we do have a question. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, sir. I have two brief questions. Sir, what is the seating of this takeout? Is it a takeout type of thing or is it a seated restaurant?
At the present time, it is only takeout.
Okay.
The variance application is required, as I outlined in my letter, because the site-specific exception in the zoning bylaw does not allow for the consumption of food on the premises. So it can be prepared in the kitchen, you can take it in your hands, but you can't put it in your mouth. There are plans included with this that show this would be an expansion into an adjacent unit where the tables would be, and the plans, staff have it up there, you can see. So the current takeout unit is the unit on the right, where you can see the kitchen and the takeout counter. And then the larger space on the left where the tables are, that would be an answer to your question where the tables are. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables.
So my next question, sir, is since there are tables, so you need some parking spaces.
No, we don't, sir, because unlike the Danforth application, which was a restaurant for parking, that was a variance to the Scarborough bylaw. I'm not subject to the Scarborough bylaw. I'm subject to the new harmonized City of Toronto bylaw. And in 2022, Council amended the bylaw to remove minimum parking requirements. There's only a maximum. So, and again, we have a zoning notice, and as the Deputy Secretary advised, the building department has advised that the variance that I have before you today is the only variance I need. I don't need a parking variance for any reason.
Thank you.
Very good, sir. Thank you. Any more questions for this gentleman? No. We're going to go into committee, sir. Thank you. We've heard from Mr. Khan, which was excellent, and we've heard from this gentleman, and I think we should look to make a motion. Ms. Holman, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would move approval of this application. I think that what's being proposed is appropriate. People have probably been standing and eating some food in there since 1966. And thank you, Mr. Rendell, for the letter. It was very explanatory. So I think that this meets the 4 tests. And I move approval.
Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
I will second the motion.
Moved by Ms. Holman to approve, seconded by Ms. McCauley. All those in favor? Unanimous application approved. Thank you, sir. New business, item 34, 91 CRAIGLEE Drive. Application to permit, my apologies. Application to, I'm losing it here. Application to construct a new detached double garage with vehicular access from Van Bro Avenue in the rear yard of the lot containing the existing one-story detached main dwelling. The existing detached single garage will be demolished, also to permit an increase in driveway width. We have community planning supplemental agenda conditions. We have written correspondence, a petition letter of support, 7 signatures. And nobody, you're not here on this matter? No. And anybody online for this matter? No. So we should speak to We should speak to the applicant or agent. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, your first and last name and your address and status in this matter, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of the panels. My name is Shivangi Prajapati from the CM Designers and Engineers located at the 537 Danforth Road. I am the representing the owner of the property 91 CRAIGLEE Drive.
So you are the agent.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Before you give us a presentation, I'm going to ask this committee, does anybody wish a presentation? Nobody requires a presentation. If we have a question, we can come back to you and step out of committee. But in light of this, would you mind if we just went into committee and made a decision on the materials you've provided us?
Yes.
You would mind, or you'd let us go into committee and make a decision? Okay. We're going to go into committee now, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, committee, we're in committee. Does anybody want to lead us off? Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
I think that this proposal is appropriate. I also want to make note of the fact that both of the adjacent neighbors, or at least number 89, is in support. So, and 89, which is adjacent, is in support, and they had a total of 7 people in support. It looks like they actually talked to the neighbors, which is nice to see. So I would move approval of the application, including the planning report dated July 3rd. That's in the supplemental agenda.
Okay, Ms. Ullman. I will turn to Ms. McCauley because I may be incorrect, but I think she may have some questions.
Through the chair, you may wish to put your mic on.
Come out of committee.
We're just going to step out of committee. Sorry, Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Okay. It's really questions of clarification. I think this committee has seen this application before, and it was for a multiplex on the main building. I may be wrong, but I'm thinking that that was the application. We also had an application where there was to be another unit, a garden suite on top of the frame garage. So first question is the proposal for
Sorry, Mr. Properly your questions. Can you repeat that?
Okay, yes. Number 91, the one-story stucco dwelling. I believe we have had in the recent past an application to change that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how many units were there for that?
Previously, we have the 1 unit on the garage. Top of the garage, we are built a garden suite, but we are now our scope was changed. Only the garage. We are applying for only the garage.
No, that wasn't.
And no more garden suite.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was the existing dwelling unit. I believe you were going to change and make into a fourplex.
No.
So the existing dwelling unit is staying the way it is?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. The second question was more a technical question, and I think the planners are satisfied. I was concerned about the setback from the property line to the door of the garage. And that's only 1.7 meters. That's not deep enough to park a car. How are you proposing to handle that?
Sorry, can you repeat your question because your voice was breaking?
On the property, the garage is 1.7 meters from the property line. So to the front door of the garage, you only have 1.7 meters. how are you going to handle access into the garage?
Access from the Woonbrook Street, and
You can go inside the street.
yeah, we are giving the side yards entry for that garage space.
So you go straight inside.
Side yard from the Woonbrook Avenue Street, and we are applying after that like a curb cut approval.
All right, so I'm assuming you're putting the garage, and there's no parking in front of the front doors of the garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Just in this package, did anybody on the committee see the petition of support, 7 signatures? Okay, you did see it. Okay, good. I had some trouble finding it. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, let's, we're going to go into committee now and make a decision. Hold tight. So we've asked a series of questions. We've got our answers. We have before us this application. And the question, as always, is do we approve or refuse it? Does anybody want to put forth a motion? Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Through the chair, can you please put your mic on?
Thank you. I have a concern that of access to this garage. I see that they have about 4 feet of pavement from the property line to the doors of the garage. We already know that they've had they've had a number of issues where they have expanded the house and buildings onto the public boulevard. The problem I have here is transportation planning say this is fine. And it's really the garage that's the issue. You know, they're the experts. So I'm not all that convinced that this is good, but they're the experts. So I ask whether my fellow committee members have any issues.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. I don't, only because I lean heavily on the reliance of these departments that are in the city. Sometimes I disagree with the departments, but I don't in this case. I just don't have an issue with it, but that's me. Anybody else?
Well, can I go back to my motion then? Sure. Okay. So through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem with this application. As a matter of fact, the garage is pretty old and isn't very useful, the condition that it is in. So I think having a new garage there where cars can park inside of it makes sense to me. I also don't have an issue with any of these variances. So I would move approval, including the condition in the planning report dated July 3rd, I believe it is.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion.
A motion to approve the application with conditions by community planning per Ms. Ullman and seconded by Mr. Howe. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved. Thank you. New business, item 35, 225 Birkdale Road. There is a letter of objection. There is no speakers that I see. I'm missing my public notice. 1 second. Sorry. All right. Application to permit parking spaces in the front yard of the existing two-story detached dwelling. And we have one variance requested. Do we have the agent applicant online?
To the speaker, Karthik, please do not touch your mouse. I will unmute you.
Hello, is the agent or applicant online?
Karthik, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, sir. Can you give us your first and last name and address?
Hi, yes, my name is Karthik Sivalingam, and my address is 225 Birkdale Road, Scarborough, Ontario, M1P3S3. Sorry
Very-
about that, I had to pick up my daughter from daycare.
Yep.
I am the owner of the location of the applicant.
You are the owner applicant. Okay, sir, hold on a minute. We have your comprehensive materials and package. We've reviewed it. Let me just canvass this committee if we even need a presentation. Sir, we don't need a presentation. We may come back to you for a question, but other than that, we're going to go into committee now, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're in committee. Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir. I have three brief questions. Although there is one variance in front of me, parking in front, which is not allowed. Okay. Sir, I was looking at your photos and I see in the location map that there is a carport in front. Why you need a front parking? Are you talking about parking in the street?
No, so I'm not looking to park in the street. The carport, my issue is that I am hoping to close off my carport and add the foyer to my house, as I normally come into the house and I'm on a very small stairs landing and no one can really fit, only one person at a time, and I struggle with a baby in a stroller and everything. So because I'm looking for an exception in this minor variance, because of the bylaw that doesn't allow me to have my car parking in the driveway. So I'm not looking to adjust any more of the house. I would just like to allow to get an exception to park the car in the driveway rather than in the carport, which wouldn't be available anymore.
How many cars we are talking about?
We only have one car.
Only one car. Okay, so you're okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Hi, just confirming, it seems to me that people on the street are parking and have been parking in front of their carports probably for a long time, so it's more or less has been going on before you moved into the house, because I'm looking at, Google Map pictures of 2 cars and people really aren't using the carports anyway, so it's more or less an existing thing that you're asking to do. Is that correct?
Sorry,
Okay, so I'm
your
just
comments.
saying, it looks like people before you and other people on the streets are not using the carport. So it looks like it's kind of an existing condition that people are parking that way anyway. And you're just
Yes, yeah,
you're just asking to legalize it, that's all.
That's exactly correct. Yeah, within my neighborhood, within I would say 30% of the houses in the same model already have this completed, and it's just so common. Everybody parks in their driveway, and a lot of people are not using their carport, even if it's open.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ullman. Thank you, sir, for that concise answer. Okay. I think we've got the answers to our questions, and we're going to go into committee now, sir. Can you sit tight so we can make a decision?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We're now in committee. This application seems very straightforward. it seems that this gentleman is asking for something that is reasonable and meets the 4-test rule. I would look to approve it, but instead of me doing it, I'll look to the committee. Go ahead, Mr. Khan, if you, would you like to? No, I thought you were making an indication, sorry. Mr. Howe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would move approval of this application. There's only one variance. It looks minor and reasonable and meets the 4-test of the Planning Act. No conditions attached.
Moved by Mr. Howe to approve based on the variance that's being before us. And that motion, I will second that motion. All those in favor? That is unanimous. You have your application approved, sir. Good night. New business, item, gentlemen, are you item 36? Yes. You've waited a long time, welcome. Item 36, 441 Ellesmere Road, Toronto. I'm just going to read this out. And that is application, permit a reduction in the number of parking spaces provided at a place of worship. A new 2-story addition, Phase 3, is proposed to be constructed, connecting the existing 3-story building, Phase 1, and the 2-story building, Phase 2, on site together, cross-reference previous minor variance application. Requested variances, 9 additional parking spaces are required to be provided. Okay. I noticed that there seems to be, for this application, no correspondence, no objections, no support, and no speakers. So, your first and last name and your status.
My name is Milan Shah. I live at 23 Automatic Road, Brampton. I'm a volunteer with Jain Society of Toronto, and I'm chair of construction committee.
Wonderful, sir. If you could just hold on a minute, I may be able to expedite this. Does anybody need a presentation or have questions for these gentlemen? It appears that your package of materials are very comprehensive.
Thank you.
And we are very pleased with them. So if you'll allow us, we'll go into committee and make a decision.
Certainly. Thank you.
Very wise. Okay, we're in committee. Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. It has been very nicely. I mean, first of all, we congratulate for their presentation. It was very nice. Your photographs, presentation, we appreciate. That's the way it helps the committee to make a decision. Sir, on the basis of what I see and recommendation, it's a minor in nature, therefore this application be approved.
Well stated, Mr. Khan. Ms. McCauley.
I will second that motion.
And seconded by Ms. McCauley. All those in favor? Approved unanimously. Congratulations. Have a great night. New business. And the final, I believe, on the list, item 37, 19 BENDALE Boulevard, Toronto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, just 1 second. Application is to construct a new first-story deck at the rear of the existing 1-story detached dwelling. I will note in our paperwork, there's no objections, no support, and no speakers. Is that the applicant or agent online?
I'm the agent and designer, and actually we do have 4 support letters, just to correct you there. And my address is 198 Melita Avenue, Toronto.
I apologize for not stating that. I don't have that in my paperwork, but 4 support letters. Thank you. You know, at this point, I'm just going to canvass this committee, Ms. Agent, and see if anybody needs a presentation. Are you okay with that?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Anybody? No. If we have any questions, we'll come back to you. But at this point, the comprehensive materials that you've provided and we've reviewed, we're just going to go into committee and give you a decision. What do you think?
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. We're in committee. Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I move approval of this application. One variance before us appears minor and meets the 4-test of the Planning Act. Therefore, I move approval. No conditions attached.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ms. Owen, thanks.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Howe has moved to approve this application with no conditions and no objections, the variance, and, and Ms. Ullman has seconded. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved. Congratulations. Have a good night, miss.
Committee stands adjourned at?
And the committee stands adjourned at 5:45 PM. Thank you, everyone.